now, and I believe we're live on Facebook, and we're just going live on YouTube. So hopefully this all works. So hello everyone, welcome to the stream. Sorry about the amateurish introduction. Usually we play a little bit of background music to mask all of that, but we're in respect of all of the Muslims that are viewing the stream, we've decided to cut the musical introduction for this session. So hopefully you're now seeing us live on YouTube and live on Facebook. I'm just checking Facebook now. Let me go live. Okay, there. I think we're now live on both platforms. Perfect. Okay, so we've got a very special debate lined up for you today. I've been looking forward to this since we arranged it. We've got Abdullah al-Andalusi, who's joined us very kindly, giving up his evening to discuss the subject of whether Israel or Zionism is settler colonialism. Now, I've watched Abdullah on the television, on the YouTubes for a long time. He's a very competent representative ambassador of Islam. And I thought it would be a really great opportunity for an Orthodox Jew, and for want of a better word, an Orthodox Muslim, to discuss one of the most divisive subjects between the Jews and the Muslims today, and that is Israel-Palestine. We kicked back a number of different ideas or themes we could discuss, and we settled on the idea that Zionism being presented as settler colonialism was an area we strongly disagreed. And so we thought we'd discuss the subject live on the Israel advocacy movement. So Abdullah, do you want to just give a quick introduction as to who you are? Let my audience know who you are while I can quickly check to make sure we're live on both Facebook and YouTube.
I just thought maybe to clarify for the sake of perhaps some those some English people watching this, and they're like, which one's the Jew? So because we both got a kippah and a beard. I actually once did a panel debate on European law and religious law with a Jewish individual from the Chabad Lubavitch group, movement, sect, and the one who's introducing us had to make clear that, okay, because we were both wearing white shirt and a kind of a black kind of blazer or suit and so on. The introducer had to say, okay, the Jewish person is there, the Muslim person is the one to the left, and so on and so on. So just to clarify, I'm the Muslim, and Joseph Cohen, he follows Judaism. So that's just a quick clarification. So introduction to myself. I just say that I perhaps talk too much and use different platforms to do that. So that's about it, really. But in essence, I just do debates. I do lectures. I teach courses on different things. A lot of it is to do with political philosophy. Sometimes theological debates or theological discussions as well. So usually I've debated Christians before in the past. I remember back at Speaker's Corner 20 years back, should we say, a different age, should we say. And what I used to see before was that Muslims and Jews would ally with each other against the Trinitarian Christians and their perhaps misreading of the Tanakh, as well as their attempt to do eisegesis, where they try to read Jesus into the Old Testament, or should we say eisegesis, Isa from the Arabic word meaning Jesus. And obviously the argument would be that Christians sometimes they try to spin certain verses of Tanakh to claim that there's going to be a blood sacrifice in the form of a human being who would come down, and God would come, and it would be God, God's Son coming down. So I think you're aware of those kind of discussions and debates that we've had, that you've probably had before. So that was during the old days. So that's basically me in a small little nutshell. I also teach at the Quran Institute, where I teach a number of courses. I'm currently about to teach Palestine advocacy. There's a Palestine advocacy course, which won't be, it's not, I think you described me as training people in Palestinian advocacy, but it's more like teaching the actual issues, the facts, the history from the most objective sources that we can possibly find, although I know there's not that many objective sources on the matter, and just trying to get an understanding of the history, the background, and what are the issues to be discussed and advocated for. So that's basically the attempt for the course. And in line of that, I'm here. I'm also a co-founder of the Muslim Debate Initiative, which is a kind of a worldwide franchise of Muslim debaters. So, and we do debates, and we initiate debates. That's it. So.
Amazing. Okay, perfect. And so if you're on the channel, you probably know who I am. I'm Joseph Cohen. I do train people in advocacy, Israel advocacy. I run an organization called the Israel Advocacy Movement. Maybe we'll see a Palestinian advocacy movement in the future, headed by Abdullah. But for now, let's just jump straight into the subject of, is Zionism settler colonialism? And we can. I obviously think it is, and so it's maybe on you, Abdullah, to present why you believe it is, and then we can go back and forth.
Okay, well, I mean, before I we dive into that, firstly, in the Quran, it teaches us Muslims that not to dispute with the people of the book unless we witness them committing injustice. And what the definition of that is not that they are not following the commands of Islam or Quran, because obviously they don't follow, they're Muslims. However, when the Quran kind of exhorts us to not dispute, so not to, kind of raise issues or have problems with the people of the book unless we witness them committing injustice, it's about are they being consistent, are they being fair in how they treat people, whether Christians or Jews. The people of the book are basically Jews or Christians. The people of the book considering to be the New Testament and the quote-unquote Old Testament, or the Tanakh. And so that's why, in essence, this issue is something which is quite dear to many Muslims, and why Muslims will raise it. But as much as I anticipate a respectful discussion and debate, I would be, however, remiss if I didn't remind the viewers of the serious plight and the ongoing tragedy of the Palestinian people, which is the reason why I'm engaging nationalist apologists that defend this project, or at least defend the project whose fulfillment was deemed to necessitate what I deem to be their continued suffering. And just really highlight this before we kind of go into it, I'd say that I'm currently in Palestine, or Israel, or Canaan, should we say, or Al-Sham, whichever word you want to use. Israeli Jews don't have to worry about being arrested without charge and held indefinitely as part of administrative detention. They don't have to worry about soldiers policing their streets, or martial law, or soldiers bursting into their homes at night to arrest them, something that no Israeli Jew has ever had to worry about, at least in the, ever, since at least, should we say, the 48 or 49. Israeli Jews don't have to worry about being shot by rubber bullets during protests. I mean, I don't even think Israeli soldiers use rubber bullets against Israeli Jews, or would even countenance using them, even if the protests were quite rowdy, and many of them often are. And again, why would soldiers use bullets against civilians in any civilized country? Also, Israeli Jews don't have to worry about extrajudicial killings by state or secret police. They can travel anywhere in Palestine, even to West Bank areas. There's loads of videos you can see online about Israeli Jews going to the West Bank Palestinian areas, interviewing Palestinians. Some really good YouTube channels on that. And they don't have to worry about long waiting times or checkpoints. They don't have to worry about road closures, or or needing a particular permit to go into any particular area in the West Bank, because their Israeli nationality and citizenship guarantees them to go anywhere they'd like. They don't have to worry about whether their application to build a house will be delayed by a significant time, or even be rejected. And they don't have to worry about buying property in a small community and being denied being part of that community because they don't fit the vision of the community people, i.e. whatever the people are believing or following. Usually it's used to stop Israeli Arabs from basically getting applications successful into communities, because the community leadership in that local community will say, no, we don't think you're the right sort for us. Israeli Jews don't have to worry about soldiers entering their holy places to clear them out for visitors without the synagogue leadership's consent. I don't think soldiers go into synagogues except to pray. Israeli Jews don't have to worry that at any moment they'll receive a notification giving them 10 minutes to vacate their apartment blocks, which will get completely demolished because Israeli intelligence deems there might have been a terrorist group operating nearby. Of course, who has oversight over those claims? So in simple, Israeli Jews just don't have to worry about those things. Israeli Palestinians, and more to the point, Gazan Palestinians and West Bank Palestinians do have to worry about those things. I know it's described as a conflict of two sides. I would say, or it's a two-sided conflict. It's more like a lopsided conflict, where 60.5% of the Palestinian population in, let's say, Mandate Palestine, the full bloc as envisioned by the British or whatever you want to call it, don't have the same rights as their neighbors. In essence, they are basically have less rights than their neighbors. So that's why, although we will have a hopefully a pleasant discussion and a respectful discussion between me and Joseph, the situation is quite serious, such that it can't really be greeted with smiles. And the only reason why I would keep it light, at least in our discussion, is obviously for debate etiquette, but the situation is quite serious and the suffering is quite serious. As many statistics will show, for every one Israeli Jew who tragically dies in the conflict, 23 Palestinians, Palestinian non-Jews will die in the conflict. So it's clearly not a two-sided. Well, it's as two-sided as you could say Moses and Pharaoh were two sides. There's two sides to the story. I mean, poor Pharaoh, the firstborn were killed. One of his workers was killed by Moses. Would Pharaoh argue that it was a two-sided conflict between him and people who are basically at his mercy? It's not really two sides to the story. It's a lopsided conflict, severely lopsided at that. So that's my kind of opening. You could say opening preamble before explaining the settler colonialism issue. Do you want to have a comeback on that before we kind of go into that? Or
okay, I'll have a quick comeback, but let's not derail it. Wait, I'm getting feedback. Let me mute myself 2 minutes. Stop find where that's coming from. Okay, hopefully that's better. Yeah, so I will have a quick comeback because that's an awful lot of very controversial statements to throw in before we even approach the actual subject matter, and there's a real chance it could massively derail the debate. Just going to mute you as well, just in case it's you that I'm getting the feedback from, Abdullah, but please unmute yourself as soon as I stop talking. So I think one of the most disappointing things that you said during that was that you are only being civil for the sake of debate etiquette. And for me, that really sums up the state of Jewish-Muslim relations today. The overwhelming majority of Jews in the world support the existence of a Jewish state in our ancestral homeland. And so if you, as either a defender of the Palestinians or a representative of the Ummah of Muslims, can only be civil with us for the sake of debate etiquette, it only underlines the necessity of the Jewish people for our own state. So you mentioned, and your whole talk kind of revolved around the idea that Israeli Jews don't have to worry. And there is a degree of truth to that. Every Israeli is worried. Israel faces an existential threat. It is surrounded by neighbors that want to see its destruction. It's been invaded by numerous Arab armies and potentially Muslim armies in the future. And it survived. By the grace of God, it has survived. But when you say that Israelis don't have to worry, they don't have to worry because they were ethnically cleansed from the lands that they lived in. They were genocided from European lands. They were slaughtered in Muslim lands. And by the grace of God, we survived those that sought to destroy us. And we managed to reestablish our ancestral home, autonomy, self-determination in a tiny strip of land that's smaller than Wales for the British viewers that are following. And that is too much for most people. And that's really the subject of this debate. But the only reason that we're, as you put it, we don't have to worry, and it's not true. If you know anything about Israeli culture and Jewish culture, you would know that every single Israeli is concerned with an existential threat. Everybody has a bomb shelter which they can run to in a matter of 15 seconds. They have to get to in 15 seconds if they're in the south. Every Israeli citizen has lost people to the conflict. So for you to sit here in the West and say that Israelis don't have to worry is as naive as me saying that the Afghans don't need to worry now that the Taliban have seized Kabul, have seized Afghanistan. And so what you're trying to say is that the Israelis are more powerful than the Palestinians today, and that's true. Only a fool would deny that. But the idea that the Jews are there in this hugely privileged position is just a rewriting of reality and a rewriting of history. But I think maybe if we jump into maybe we can go backwards and forwards over some of these points as we get into the actual subject at hand. Otherwise, we'll just spend 3 hours debating like the existential threats that we believe both people may face or may not face. So yeah, I'll hand it over to you.
Okay, well, but before we go in, I just want to clarify. So I didn't say that I'm only keeping it civil for the sake of debate. I'm saying that I'm keeping it light, as in I'm not approaching it with a dour manner. So hence I'm smiling. We made some jokes as we were waiting to go in. Whereas I would say that the plight of the Palestinians would deem such discussion to perhaps be approached with a bit more serious and less light approach. But I didn't say uncivil, so please don't misrepresent what I said. Very important. I didn't say that Israeli Jews don't have to worry about anything. I said they don't have to worry about those things that I mentioned very specifically. As much as we would deplore the shelling of or the firing rockets at civilian areas, and we're going to discuss that a bit later, which we would deplore that the rockets by Hamas, for example, don't really have the ability to destroy an entire tower block, whereas Israel's rockets generally do. And so Israeli Jews don't have to worry that the entire tower block they live in, everything, and their neighbors and all of them are going to come crashing down because of a Hamas rocket, which is not as powerful by comparison. That's why I mentioned those things. I didn't say that Israeli Jews never have to worry about anything. If they didn't have to worry about anything, of course, then the many newspapers wouldn't call it a conflict, right? They just say there's something. You don't say you're not worried about something that's happening around the world, but you're worried about your neighbors. And of course, as we all see in Israeli history, worry and concern about the neighbors has been a constant motif. The question is whether it was merited. And I'm not going to discuss everything you mentioned just yet, but I will say that I'm very glad you used the term ethnically cleansed to describe what, as a term of description for what happened to what happened to Jews in Muslim lands. Because if that's your definition of ethnic cleansing, then we would very much like to see whether that could equally be applied, if not more so, to what happened to the Palestinians in Palestine during the 1947 civil war and the 1948 war where the Arab states came in. But before I go into that, fun fact, the Arab states said at the time, months before the war, to the United Nations General Assembly Committee for the issue of looking into Palestine, they said that they wanted a unitary state. All the Jews and all the Muslims and Christians and everyone there to remain there. That's not a problem. They all have equal civil rights and will be a unitary biracial state. They made that in many speeches at the United Nations to the United Nations General Assembly Commission, and also the famous head of the Arab League, Azam Pasha, said the exact same thing as well in a missive from the Arab League to the United Nations. But the Zionists didn't want this. They wanted a majority Jewish state to have their nation state, quote unquote. And that's the discussion we're going to be having. So that's just out there, but we can discuss that a bit more, because I agree with you. I don't want to get derailed from the main debate. So settler colonialism is Zionism. Settler colonialism is the debate topic. Now, as me and Joseph were discussing what to talk about Palestine, Zionism, what have you, let's give it a particular title. He gave me a list of suggested titles. I actually picked one, so I picked this one from the list that he gave me. And the reason why I would say that Zionism is by definition settler colonialism is mainly because settler colonialism is different from colonialism. There are discussions by many academics as to what the difference between those two terms is. So Lorenzo Valaccini, who works at the Institute for Social Research, Swinburne University of Technology in Melbourne, he wrote a book called Settler Colonialism, A Theoretical Overview. And he makes a distinction between settler colonialism and normal colonialism. So normal colonialism is when you have let's say a central state, a metropole, so a colonializing country or state, and then it's established mini colonies around the world, extracts resources, or it just dominates the people there with administrators. So it sends its soldiers, its administrators, and then it uses the people there to work the lands, to extract that resource and send it back to the metropole. So that's normal, you could say, colonialism. Settler colonialism is something a little bit different. Settler colonialism, slightly different, which is it's by any movement of a external force. This is his kind of definitions, and the movement of an external force of people. They come into a land against the wishes, normally against the wishes of the indigenous population, and they try to change the political sovereignty of that land to one that is theirs. So it's in their hands. And by that definition, Zionism was certainly the case, but you don't need to take my word for it. I mean, if you just look at the words of Theodore Herzl, both in his diaries, both in his books, one was called The Jewish State, and other one's called Old New Land. He talks about the colonization of Palestine, the need to colonize, literally using the word colonization of Palestine. The organizations that were set up by the Zionist organization, or the World Zionist Organization, later to be called, basically talked about and discussed funding organizations, and one of the organizations that were funded was the Palestine Colonization Organization. Another one's called the Jewish Palestine Colonization Organization. So they called themselves colonialists. They needed to set up settlements, moshavim, colonies or settlements in Palestine. So they themselves said, we're colonizing Palestine. We have to do it by going there to create a state for a Jewish national state, so for one particular ethnic group, not for a biracial state. They didn't say that they would kick out all the natives, but what Theodore Herzl did suggest is to, at that very early stage, to encourage the natives, in essence, to leave by procuring for them employment opportunities outside of Palestine, so that presumably to let more settlers in and, in essence, have sufficient circumstances to create a nation state. So the aim of Zionists have always been, for the most part, a creation of a majority Jewish state, so a majority of one ethnic group, where they can have democracy, sure, and they can have civil rights to everybody. That's all nice and great. That they, along the lines of what the Europeans would be saying. So it was all nice and great to everyone. That sounds very nice to every one of the Europeans at the time. However, it had to be a Jewish majority. It couldn't be a Jewish minority. And of course, as we know, that the further legislation of the State of Israel has, for over many years, has only re-entrenched and tried to make it even more pronounced and clear that it's a nation state of the Jewish people, not of Israelis, right? And in fact, there was a court case in 1970s, I believe, where someone, it was an Israeli Jew, brought this case and said, why can't we just be called Israelis? We're a nation of Israelis, Palestinians, or let's say Arabs and Jews. Why can't we just be Israelis, not a nation state for only Jews? And the court dismissed it, saying there's no national group called the Israelis. There's only a national group called the Jews and the Arabs. So that's basically it. So my point to you, Joseph, is if it fits the definition described by academics, and by the way, he mentions America and Israel as both being settler colonialist projects and examples of settler colonialism. So this academic says that. And the Theodore Herzl, the founder of Zionism, many of the subsequent leading thinkers of Zionism, including the head of the Jewish National Fund as well as Weitzman and many others, describe it as colonization of Palestine. So they admit, they use these terms, and they're going to establish settlements there. So my point to you, Joseph, is if the shoe fits, why are you ashamed to wear it?
There. Can you hear me now? Perfect. Okay. Apologies about that. So yeah, okay. We covered a lot of ground. It was definitely on subject, and you addressed the points which I anticipated you'd bring up. A quick question, just because it will help me contextualize the conversation and respond appropriately. Have you read Herzl's work? So the diaries, the Jewish State, fantastic. Great. So when I touch on that, we can dive into that a little deeper. So I think just first and foremost, the definition. So settler colonialism, I agree, it's different metropole colonialism in a fundamental way, as you said, and that's that settler colonizers do not return home. They come to stay and assert sovereignty over lands which they're not indigenous to. And the operative word there is indigenous to. So when you read any of the academics, they will all focus on the concept of native or indigeneity. They'll use different languages. They'll rarely say native. That tends to be in the works they're quoting. But yeah, this is what it really revolves around. And typical examples of settler colonial states would be America, Canada, Australia, all of whom had people come from the metropole, travel vast distances, and then settle in lands they had no right or no claim to. And so they all began life, all settler colonial states began life as colonies of the metropole, to which they are completely dependent upon, subordinate to, and an extension of. And so, as these settlers are not indigenous, they simply import the culture of that metropole. British colonies in America spoke English, imported European values. They even named their settlements after the metropole. New England, New York, New Jersey were all named after the old place names in Britain. Settler colonialism replaces the indigenous peoples and culture with alien imports from the metropole. So that's settler colonialism. What about Zionism? What is Zionism? In short, it's the political movement that supports the right for Jews to have national self-determination in their ancestral homeland, Israel. No other extant people have as long a relationship with the land as the Jews. For over 3,000 years, we've been connected to Israel. And for 1,300 of them, we had national self-determination. Zionism isn't a return of the Jews to the land. We never left. We've been there for centuries. It's a return of Jewish sovereignty to the land. When Jews re-established the state in 1948, we didn't import a foreign tongue. We spoke the same Hebrew of King David. When we settled our towns and cities, we didn't name them New Vilnius or New Aleppo. We preserved their ancient Hebrew names like Bet El and Hebron. This isn't settler colonialism. And for you, Abdullah, to convince anyone of the opposite, you have to erase over 3,000 years of history. And good luck with that, mate. And so to jump into some of the quotes, Herzl wrote extensively, and like the Quran spoke in the language of its generation and the Torah spoke in the language of its generation, Herzl spoke in the language of his generation. If you are familiar with his work, if you have truly read the diaries, you will know that he was speaking of a place of refuge for Jews. You mentioned the colonization organizations. What you fail to mention is who was living in those colonies and where those colonies were based. So if you actually read Herzl's diary, he records one of his letters to the Sultan of the Ottoman Empire. And he sends this letter in 1901 to Izzat Bey. And it says, His Majesty Abdullah, which is Abdul Hamid II, who was the Sultan of the Ottoman Empire, the Caliph, was graciously pleased to place some land in Anatolia at the disposal of the Romanian Jewish refugees. Notwithstanding all my gratitude for this great magnanimity, it was opposed to these scattered settlements because they I was opposed to these scattered settlements because they lack economic basis. Such haphazard forms of immigration are not encouraged. They serve no purpose. So why am I reading this quote? Here you have the Sultan who sits in Turkey, and you have Herzl writing to him and thanking him for creating a colony in Turkey for Jewish refugees. So if this is typical colonialism, it would make no sense. It would make no sense that Jewish refugees were housed in a colony in Turkey. It doesn't make any sense. Maybe if they were sent off to Argentina, and maybe you'd have an argument. If you were to say that Baron Hirsch, who financed the proto-Zionist colonies in Argentina, where he housed thousands of Jewish refugees who faced persecution in Europe in the New World in Argentina. You could maybe argue, or you could try to argue, that this was tapping into European colonialism. In reality, it was these were asylum seekers. These were people who had hit rock bottom, had been subject to some of the most horrific massacres and persecution in Europe in that generation. You could maybe say they were colonizers. It's a very hard argument, but it's got more grounds if you were to focus on Argentina. But we're not. We're not focused on Argentina. We're focused on Israel, or what was then known by various names, but principally it was referred to by Europeans as Palestine. And if you then follow that by extension and you look at the other colonization offers, so there was the offer of al-Arish, which is so when the Zionists, like Herzl, rejected Argentina as a place, they started looking for where else could they go, and they all obviously the only place that Jews have a strong connection to, any claim to, is mandatory. What was then Palestine, then became mandatory Palestine, and today Israel, and was traditionally a number of Jewish names: Judea and Samaria, Israel, the house. So the list goes on. But this was the only place that Jews had any claim to, and so they proposed they tried to establish a colony, a place of refuge for Jews as close to that spot as they could get, and it was in the Sinai Peninsula, a place called El Arish. That fell through. There was negotiation with the Egyptian government, with the British Colonial Office, Joseph Chamberlain. That fell through, and so they were then offered Uganda. When the Jews were offered Uganda, they debated at the Sixth Zionist Congress whether it would be a suitable place to establish a colony for the Jewish people who were escaping persecution. And they voted to investigate its suitability. When they did that, half of the Zionist Congress left the room, sat on the floor, mourned as if they were mourning the destruction of Jerusalem or a dead relative. And that was just for the investigation. Eventually, they said, no, we don't want we've got no claim to Uganda. It was actually in Kenya, but we've got no claim to this place. We Jews have no connection to this land. That would potentially be colonization of a hostile, not hostile, of a land they are not indigenous to. And instead, they went back to the focus, which had always been the focus, which was the return or the re-establishment of a Jewish state, Jewish sovereignty in our ancestral homeland. So the language they used was colonialism. It was colonialist, but that's because it was the language of the generation. If you focus on all of those organizations, it doesn't matter whether they were talking to the Sultan of the Ottoman Empire or amongst themselves. They were talking about the plight of Jewish refugees and the return to the only place that Jews have any claim to on this planet. And I'll let you respond because I spoke for a long time.
That's fine. So basically, Theodore Herzl discussed a number of places. One of them was Argentina as well as Palestine. So it wasn't a specific land that they initially had in mind, thinking it will only be Palestine, can only be Palestine. It was a discussion on, there was a chapter on in his writing on, it's called The Jewish Question, or a solution to the Jewish question, because of the persecution or the, let's say, the unfairness, the intimidation, the general anti-Semitism or anti-Jewish sentiment that was very prevalent even in post-Enlightenment Europe at the time, even United States of America as well. Even though many of these states became secular liberal, there was the emancipation of kind of Jews in law. So the Jews were given equality in law throughout the 19th century. But the question of nationalism came up mainly because there was nationalism was sweeping across Europe. It's a European idea of the Western Enlightenment. Gottfried Herder, the German kind of political philosopher, discussed, you say, each nation should have a right to a representative government of that particular nation, which is kind of a new idea. It wasn't his idea in particular, but he kind of, you could say, summarized it and it became quite popular. So you had this Austrian journalist, so Theodore Herzl, who is swept up in this wave of European ideas of nationalism, but his ethnic group, he didn't identify as an Austrian or a German, although he might identify as an Austrian, but his specific, or maybe his core identity of which he identified himself with was being Jewish. And so in response to the issue of how Jews are treated in Europe, I noticed he didn't mention how Jews are treated in the Muslim world, by the way. He mentioned how Jews are treated in Europe. He thought, well, look, if different countries and different nations within these countries are currently fighting to break away from empires and establish nation states, well, why can't we? And wouldn't that be a good idea because of the persecution that we're facing? So on the face of it, it sounds perfectly laudable. I mean, it is true that Jews were being persecuted in states that were at least secular liberal. The laws weren't doing that anymore. But on the streets, you could say the casual racism that they encountered was certainly still there. There were certainly conspiracy theories about Jews want to take over the world, or the conspiracy theories about they want to dominate the Gentiles and make the Gentiles their slaves and things like that. Something which is now being said of Muslims today, that Muslims want to take over the whole world and subject everyone to Sharia law. But back then they were saying that Jews want to do that to the Gentiles. So nothing really changes in European psyche, in Western psyche, unfortunately. However, as laudable as the solution was to what Jews are facing in Europe, there's a number of things. One of them is, like any nationalism, it's very hard to implement, because in the world there are ethnic groups split up and dispersed amongst all kinds of people. And how do you even define a particular ethnic group? Is it just a language? Or is it a religion? In India, it's not ethnicity, because there's multiple ethnicities in India, and yet the Hindutva, you could say fascists, are trying to define Indian identity as basically being essentially Hindu. And they say that the only Hindu state, even though that's not even true. I think Nepal is also Hindu. But nationalism has caused most of the wars and conflicts of the 20th century, 19th century, even 20th century, for the most part. And really, nationalism is the cause of persecution. It's the cause of the disregard of minorities. In the ancient world, there was no idea of nationalism. There was no idea of a nation state. It was states based on religion, because religion was law, right? So the Torah, what does that mean, right? In Hebrew, it means law, right? So even the Hinduism wasn't really called Hinduism, but many people in India would call their belief Dharma, which means, again, law. And of course, Sharia also means law as well. So you had religious states, or states based on a comprehensive viewpoint to life, where your belief about the afterlife, your belief about God, and your belief about law was all one and the same thing, because why would it even be separate in the first place? That's kind of ridiculous. Or it would be based on kingdoms, or so you have a dynasty that would guarantee the rights and privileges of people within the dynasty's control. But the idea of a nation state was very new. It's very Western. It's very European. And that led to what I would say is some of the outrages against minorities. In fact, Jews have suffered because of nationalism, seriously suffered because of nationalism. In every nation state, there was questions. Are these Jews loyal to the state, or are they loyal to a kind of extra state or community, right? Can we trust them? Do they represent our national values, right? Are they assimilating into our national values, or are they being different? If they're being different, then is that not an aggravation or a challenge to the national character of our state? These same arguments are being used against Muslims today as well. So nationalism causes the persecution of minorities, and I'll say that across the board, basically. And I will also say that I'm against, and Islam is also against nationalism, full stop, right? We have a term for it, it's called asabiya, right? The Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam said to the Muslims to leave it, it's rotten, right? It's disgusting, and even said that they're not one of us. Any Muslim that calls for nationalism is not one of us. And yes, that includes the so-called Muslim nation states in the world today. So I'm not a friend of nationalism. I reject all nationalism. It's the major cause of racism. And this was very well demonstrated, like in many other cases, but Israel is just another case study in the crimes of nationalism, or the consequences of nationalism, or crime as well, you could say, in that it is a nation state exclusively for one racial group. Doesn't mean that it excludes other racial groups, but the nation state only represents one particular group, which is usually facilitated by a hopeful majority of that particular group. So now to go back to the founders of Zionism, as you mentioned them, Theodore Herzl basically didn't really give much regard to the natives of Palestine, didn't give much regard to how they're going. What about their aspirations? What about their representation in government? What about government for them? So first, yes, he tried to ask the Ottoman Caliph if he could sell it, if they could sell the land to the Zionists, and of course he said no. But nationalism doesn't just say, oh well, okay, then fair dues, we'll accept that. No, nationalism says we need to try other strategies because the ends justifies the means if it is necessary for the national interest. If it is necessary for the national interest. And so they looked at other avenues, and Britain was a very willing avenue, especially the money and the support, and it was also advantageous for Britain at the time. Balfour gave an introduction to a book on the history of Zionism, so he was certainly a solid supporter of Zionism. And here's what Theodore Herzl described what this new state would be. He described it as not even just a nation state for Jews where they can reside in peace and security, but also as, and I'm going to quote him here, it would form a portion of a rampart of Europe against Asia, an outpost of civilization as opposed to barbarism. We should, as a neutral state, remain in contact with all of Europe, which would have to guarantee our existence. So, in a way, Theodore Herzl is refuting you in many senses, because he's saying himself that, in a way, Israel's existence will be supported and dependent upon guarantees by, at that time, Europe. He didn't envision America at the time would step in to be the main guarantor of Israel's existence. And if your definition of colonialism, but not settler colonialism, by the way, if your definition of colonialism is support by a metropole, of which is dependent upon, well, the British very much did provide that. If you think that that the colonies in South Africa, or the colonies of the pilgrims, of the Puritan pilgrims in Pennsylvania were colonialism, were settler colonies, these were established mainly at the resources of private individuals, of course, with the permission of the various governments, or the Dutch East India Company, which were private corporations establishing these colonies. And we have no problem calling them settler colonies, but suddenly we have a problem with calling the Zionist project, which was established with international banking institutions, or organizations that were called colonization organizations, with no regard to the natives. Why should that be different? And I'm going to quote you something, and then I'll let you kind of come back very briefly. So Baron Edmund the Rothschild, so Rothschild, of course, a Zionist, a big supporter of Zionism, and so on. Of course, he has many streets named after him in Israel. So he said, the idea of colonization of Palestine is, moreover, connected with the remarkable colonizing impetus which has taken hold of the entire modern world, and judged by outward characteristics are the European migrations to foreign lands, their colonization and development. So very different from this feature of Jewish aspirations. So is this very different from the feature of Jewish aspirations? He's saying, he has a question mark there. Exuberant energy finds no appropriate outlet in Europe, and so seek it far away where it may be usefully employed for the furthering of civilization in the midst of backward countries and nations. Fruitful Jewish energy, which is being kept under in the diaspora, will be gathered and transplanted to Palestine, that it may prove true to itself and to the whole of civilization. So they describe themselves as settler colonialists. They used the terminology, and they even compared their aspirations to the European colonization project and said, are we so different to them, as a positive thing? Because everyone was doing it at the time. They said, why don't we get a piece of the action? Why can't we do exactly the same thing? So that would be my main rebuttal to it. And as I said, if you look, I don't want to kind of quote long track book on written by an academic on settler colonialism, which I only summarized it for you, but people can please refer to it, called Settler Colonialism, a Theoretical Overview. He talks about settler colonialism being where a group of people who they carry their sovereignty with them, and they basically take over the sovereignty of a land which might have other people, which can involve, and most likely usually does involve, the transplantation or the exiting of those people. And to kind of finish up, I also mentioned Theodore Herzl wrote in his diary on the 12th of June, 1895. He said, regarding lands, he said, when we occupy the land, so in Palestine, we shall bring forth immediate benefits to the state that receives us. We must expropriate gently the private property on the estates assigned to us. We shall try to spirit the penniless population across the border by procuring employment for it in transit countries while denying it any employment in our country. Okay, so he basically said that, even though he didn't talk about forced expulsion, but he talked about a type of expropriation of the property in the lands of the people within the lands which are appropriate, which are given to them by whichever power, of course, and the spiriting away, so putting the penniless population, which already exists there, finding ways to get them to other places, move them other places, which he hoped by the carrot, not by the stick, but by the carrot, which is try to get employment for them in other countries. And this was also replicated by this sentiment was also mentioned by many of the earliest, the later Zionist founders who talked about finding employment for landless Arabs, which were being created due to the Zionist colonization, and denying them employment back in Palestine. So they couldn't find any employment back in Palestine, and only available employment would be outside of Palestine, and then they can leave Palestine. So that would be that point. So basically, it's settler colonialism, transfer the population, although at the beginning it was only envisioned by the carrot, not by the stick. They compared themselves to other colonial projects, many settler colonial projects, which we would have no problem calling settler colonialism, like the Puritans in Pennsylvania setting up their colony under British charter. They didn't use any soldiers from the crown to do so. The Dutch East India Company in South Africa, they didn't use state soldiers to do so, to take over colonialism land. It was a private venture by themselves, but they had permission from their government. How is Zionism, who used permission from whichever government controls the land or has the land, believes it has sovereignty of the land, to take that land from its inhabitants, i.e., by creating a sovereignty which is not the sovereignty of its inhabitants, but the sovereignty of those who are coming into it? How is that different to settler colonialism? If it looks like a duck, if it quacks like a duck, and the duck says it's a duck, well, then it's a duck, and that would be my point. And you mentioned that natives. We're going to get into that. We're going to get into who are natives, what is a native, and could you describe the Ashkenazim who were going to Israel, and Palestine, they would later be called Israel, Palestine, as natives of that land? Is a question that we need to discuss a little bit later. Everyone knows that Jerusalem hasn't always existed. It used to be another name for it. It used to be called Jebus, home of the Jebusites, who there was no Jerusalem there, and that was the original name of the area. What happened to the Jebusites? What happened to the original names of these places? We need to obviously look into. But anyway, that would be my point. I don't think it's even a point of debate to call it settler colonialism, really. I actually want to ask you why you don't want to call it settler colonialism when the early Zionists said themselves, they call themselves settlers, they call themselves colonialists, they call their organizations colonization organizations, and they compared their project, their aspirations, to the other European countries who were colonizing the world. Why don't you want that attachment to a word that they were attached to? They're happy to attach themselves to it.
Perfect. So you did mention before we started the debate that you may need a break at 8:20 for prayer. Is that still the case? Because if so, I can hold the fort and talk to the audience while you break, if that's still required. Otherwise, I'll jump straight into it.
Sure. Yeah, it's just turned 8:20 now. if you, I'm conscious that if you're going to make rebuttals and I can't hear them.
No, I won't. I'll talk to the audience. I won't talk. I've literally got everything I want to respond with.
I'm worried that after I come back, you said, "Oh, Abdullah, you just missed an amazing refutation of everything you've just said," and I'm too tired to repeat it. So let's just.
No, I want you to hear it, Abdullah. I want you to hear it.
All right, no problem then. So if you just give me between 5-10 minutes, I'll come straight back. I'm just going to go pray, inshallah.
Okay. While we wait, if anyone has questions they want to ask while we wait for Abdullah to return, you're more than happy to take your questions now. Tell you what, I might just invite. Yeah, no. So, lots of talk about the Taliban, which isn't very, very in the news at the minute. First and foremost, how do you guys think it's going? What are your thoughts on the conversation? Interesting? Are there things you'd like asked? We've got a few minutes to kill while we wait for Abdullah to return. And if anyone wants to jump on for 10 minutes, they're more than welcome to hop on. I'll share the invitation on the YouTube channel in the chat. So if anyone wants to jump in just for a quick chat while we wait for Abdullah, I'm going to share the link now. So you should be able to jump on the live stream. If someone wants to jump in, has questions they'd like to ask in person, feel free to jump on. Someone asked how I've done a DNA test. Yes, my DNA comes from the Middle East, despite my pasty skin and ginger beard. But King David also had a ginger beard, so I'm in fine Jewish company. I'll also post the link in the Facebook. So if someone wants to jump on the Facebook chat, wants to jump on Facebook, I'm just going to share the link now. We've got Abdul. Abdul, I'm going to add you into the stream now.
Hey, how are you?
Let me pull out Abdullah in case. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam. How are you doing, Joseph? Are you doing well?
Alhamdulillah, life is good.
That's good. So I have an idea on my head, and I hope this doesn't ruin the conversation anyway. But I was wondering about, all the Palestinians who had to be expelled out of the land, and the ones who had to be murdered in the process of the Jews entering Palestine with Britain and everything. Do you think that was necessary death, necessary expulsion? How much of that would you lay on top of the intentions of the people who came, and how much of that would you lay on top of, I don't know, unintended consequences, I guess, or something like that, if you believe in that?
So a very, very simple answer. If the Arabs hadn't launched a civil war in 1947, if the Palestinian, the people who identify as Palestinian today, or the Arab nations hadn't invaded Israel in 1948, there wouldn't be one refugee. There would be two states side by side, hopefully coexisting with cousins, with great relations and booming economies. The reason. So I'll just respond. I mean, I'm sure we'll touch on. So I don't want to go too deep into expulsion, not expulsion, but the very, very short summary is the flight of the Palestinian, the Arabs from, and Near, I can see you, and I'll add you in a second. The flight of the Arabs from what became Israel was largely down to one thing and one thing alone: war. They were encouraged to leave in many instances, particularly the women and the children, by the Arab nations, by the surrounding states. But no, and there were documented instances of particular localities where there were expulsions for military strategic reasons. And I believe anyone who was the victim of those expulsions should be compensated by the state of Israel. And that has been on the card in many of the peace negotiations, and very generous offers have been offered to those families that were. So there were families from London, there were a number of villages.
I hear you, but my thought would be, and I know I don't want to be unfair to what you said, okay? But my thought would be, was there really the chance for Palestinians to have self-determination in this process, or was it gonna be either you're gonna accept this, or it's gonna be like what you said, war and all of that, you know?
There was 100%. So Israel declared independence. If the Arabs had declared independence at the same time, there wouldn't have been war. Israel didn't invade any nations. Israel didn't go to war with Egypt, Jordan, Syria, Lebanon. The inverse is true. Israel didn't. The Jews, I mean, even the name of the Israel military force is the Israeli Defense Force. It's a defense force. It formed to defend the Jewish settlements in what became Israel. So yeah, I don't believe Israel was an aggressor, but we just had someone else jump on the live stream, so I'll let them ask their question. But yeah, stick around. We're gonna all have a chat while we wait for Abdullah to make salah.
How you doing, Joseph?
Baruch Hashem, I'm good. How are you, sir?
Kol beseder.
Good to hear.
I gotta ask you, whenever we are talking about the past, is Zionism, settler colonialism, I just don't get when we gonna go to the final answer and say yes, no. How does it change the future? That's what I tried. It's like when people say Palestinians never existed because there was no Palestinian state, or what, etc., etc. It doesn't really matter because Palestinians are here now. So how, with no disrespect, how does it contribute to the future? That's the main question that I have. How does it help us solve our issues?
How does it help solve the issues? If there is Abdullah's back. Tell you what, stick around till the end because I promise I'll come back there if I remember. And Mr. Hashem, I'll respond to the question. So stick around and I'll respond to that. Remind me in the chat if I don't. I'm going to add Abdullah back in now. I'm really sorry. Abdullah, sorry about that. We can't hear you. You're on mute. So if you want to unmute yourself.
Sorry. Thank you for pausing it to allow me to get my evening prayer in.
Perfect. So you covered a lot of points, and we went through nationalism, focused a lot on Herzl. You mentioned a number of his quotes, and so I'll try and address it in the order that I captured my notes of the things that you focused on. So I think in your own, on the subject of nationalism, you asked the question. You didn't ask it. You presented back to the audience that in the 19th century, the Jews of Europe were questioned for their loyalty. And you were trying to use this as an argument to say that this was a product of nationalism and the Jews were seen as an alien within that nation. I mean, what you actually demonstrated in that is that the Jews were seen as separate. They were seen as separate under Islam, and they were seen as separate in Europe. In Europe, despite the emancipation of the Jews, they were still subject to persecution legally. There were legal structures that still held the Jews down. There was violent persecution. Russia, where the overwhelming majority of the Jews lived, they weren't allowed to leave a certain area, and they faced incredible persecution from the Tsar all the way down to the people on the ground. And so I think you have a very Occidental mindset in the politest for a practitioner of an Abrahamic faith, because you seek to limit Jews to a religion. Jews have never seen ourselves as a religion. In our scripture, we call ourselves a nation, a goy gadol, a great nation. We always there is no word for religion in biblical Hebrew. We saw ourselves as a nation from time immemorial. The modern nation state, I agree, is a modern construct, but the Jews as a nation, who were seen as separate from other nations and the nations they dwelled in and the empires they dwelled in, including Islamic empires, is only highlights the necessity for a Jewish state. You may imagine a utopian world where everyone can coexist and get along, and you probably present that as Islam, but history contradicts you and reality contradicts you. So until we arrive at utopia and nation states and religions and entities exist that persecute my people, then we need a place of refuge, a place where we are no longer under the foot of others. And the only natural place we could have any claim to such a state or such an entity is Israel, our ancestral homeland. Now, you then went on to Herzl. And I just really want to stress to everyone in the audience, Herzl is one person. He never saw his vision come to life. And if you read his workings, you would realize that what he presented was a million miles from what we have today. It was some weird. He basically, for those not familiar with Herzl, he saw the answer to Jewish suffering around the world as a Jewish state. And he went to great lengths and it moved mountains to help bring that to reality. But the Jewish state he envisaged from the beginning to his last days does not resemble the Jewish state that we have today. To begin with, the quotes that you brought, Abdullah, were actually talking about Argentina. And he actually, if you read his diaries, when he talks about the promised land, he says the promised land is within us. It's the ability for us to create a state to escape Mitzrayim. Actually, I wasn't going to read this quote, but let me just pull up a quote, which I think actually really sums up Herzl's mindset when it came to the Jewish state, the promised land. So there it is. So in one of the countries, probably France, there will come and this is in 1895, and it's a letter to the Rothschild Family Council. There will come a social revolution whose first victims will need to be the big bankers and the Jews. Anyone who has, like myself, lived in this country for a few years as a disinterested and detached observer can no longer have any doubts about this. In Russia, there will simply be a confiscation from above. In Germany, they will make emergency laws as soon as the Kaiser can no longer manage the Reichstag. In Austria, people will let themselves be intimidated by the Viennese rabble and deliver up the Jews. There you will see the mob can achieve anything once it rears up. It does not know this yet, but the leaders will teach it. So they will chase us out of these countries. And in the countries where we take refuge, they will kill us. Is there no salvation? Oh, yes, gentlemen, there is one that has existed before. It will be necessary to repeat a very old, very famous, very proven maneuver, albeit in a different, modern, more refined form. All the resources of the present may be used for this simple, easily understood purpose. This simple old maneuver is the exodus from Mitzrayim, the exodus from Egypt. And so what we see from this statement is that Herzl was motivated by a fear of anti-Semitism. He was resurrecting something that existed before, Jewish autonomy in a land. For him, the promised land, he goes on to say elsewhere, could be anywhere, but he was later convinced by far more religious people than him. For instance, in his diaries, he records that his, I've forgotten who it was, one of the other prominent early Zionists walked into his house on the 25th of December and was shocked to see a Christmas tree. And Herzl responded, like, you can call it a Hanukkah bush, whatever. Paraphrasing. And what we see from this is Herzl was not a Jew who was connected to the Jewish people or Judaism. He actually goes on to say it was anti-Semitism that made both him and Nordau, made them Zionist. They weren't Zionist. That made them Jewish was the hatred of others, and that's where his motivation is coming from, which is why it took him longer to arrive at the realization that the only natural place that Jews have any claim to is Israel. So you then went on to say that, and so if you're familiar with his diaries, you must have read all this, which is so weird that you gloss over with all of this. So you go on to say that Herzl didn't give much regard to the native. So these are two quotes from two separate locations. One's in 1898, the other's a few years later in 1903. 1898 is on the first time he enters what was then Palestine, or what he called Palestine. In spite of my weariness, Jerusalem by moondusk, with its grand outlines, made a powerful impression on me. Magnificent the silhouette of the fortress of Zion, the citadel of David. The streets were crowded with groups of Jews strolling in the moonlight. In the evening, a drive to the pyramids met Lord Cromer, the master. The master. I regretted that I didn't have an elegant carriage, but only a shabby cab. But perhaps he feels that I look more businesslike that way. And here's the kick. The misery of the fellahin, the peasants who are living on the land, and he's writing this in Jerusalem. He's writing about the Arab peasants, and anyone who knows anything about the region knows that the peasants had nothing. They were, it wasn't where he's described them, but they were penniless. They had nothing. They were they were under often absentee landlords who owned most of the land as the Ottoman Empire was structured. So the misery of the fellahin by the road is indescribable. I resolve to think of the fellahin too. Once I have the power, I resolve to think of the fellahin too. Once I have the power, I will have patient. So he is explicitly saying, as soon as his vision of a state is realized, and his state was some crazy socialist aristocracy. It was really weird when you're reading how he describes it. I think he describes it as democratic aristocracy somewhere, and then somewhere else it's just pure socialism. What he envisaged never came to life, but that's a tangent. And then a few years later, he's now talking about the Sinai Peninsula in 1903, the 29th of March. In the evening, a drive to the pyramids met Lord Cromer, the master. Oh, no, that's the... It's the wrong... I'll try and find it. There's another quote where he's talking about... I copied the wrong thing, which is really frustrating. I will find the second quote while you're talking and share it with the audience. But there's another instance where he's talking about the fellahin in... Actually, I may have it. I've got his diaries here. Bear with me. So, I guessed a lot of this stuff would come out, you see. Yeah. No, let me come back to that. So the next thing you mentioned, you brought in they chosen when they were talking to the Europeans, they said that it would be a rampart against Asia. And now, again, if you've read the diaries, you've read how he butters up every ruler he's talking to. When he's talking to the Kaiser Wilhelm II of Germany, the Germans are incredible. It's just the most amazing empire. You guys are amazing. When he's talking to the Russians, the Russian guy is literally telling him how much, just the hardcore anti-Semitism, just vile stuff. I can't remember it off the top of my head. And Herzl's just biting his tongue and being super polite and praising Russia. And then when it came to the Turks, I'll give you an example rather than me just saying this. The 9th of June, 1895, this is what he says in his diary. Again, the diary that you've read. In Palestine's disfavor, it's its proximity to Russia and Europe, its lack of room for expansion, as well as its climate, which we are no longer accustomed to, because we're obviously speaking as a European Jew from a pretty cold climate. In its favor is the mighty legend. Obviously, for him, he's not a religious person, and he sees the connection of the Jews to the land as a mighty legend. Obviously, we have archaeology in the lakes today, and when most people wouldn't describe it as a mighty legend. But yeah, what he's effectively saying is our strong connection to this place. And so what we see from here is when Herzl's writing to himself, and this is why he favors Argentina, which is going to lead into the next point. But when he's writing to himself, he's honest, and he does it. His concern with Palestine is it's close to the Europeans and the Russians. He doesn't want to be in that mix. He doesn't want to be in the mix of the Ottomans. That's crazy for him. He wants to be in the new world where he's safe, where the Jews won't have to worry about these superpowers that will oppress them like they have done since the Jews were exiled 2,000 years ago. And so his own thoughts to himself are much more telling than his buttering up of nobles around the world. He tells powerful people what powerful people want to hear. So then you mentioned a very famous quote. And what, again, you failed to mention was he's not talking about Palestine. He's talking about Argentina. And it was the penniless quote. And so let me read the entire passage and then explain what it says. So when we occupy the, so again, this is 12th of June, 1895. When we occupy the land, we shall bring immediate, and he's talking about Argentina here. We shall bring immediate benefits to the state that receives us. We must expropriate gently the private property on the estates assigned to us. So he's already saying this is land that has been assigned to us, not coming in by force. We shall try to spirit the penniless population across the border. So this was written 10 years before. He goes on to say about the penniless population in Egypt and in Jerusalem, that this is 10 years before that, where he clearly does not want to do that. He clearly talks about helping the impoverished, what they describe as natives in that day, but the Arabs who are living on land. And we'll get on to how native the Arabs actually are, because they are the majority of Arabs in Israel, the West Bank, Gaza today are not indigenous. They're new arrivals, and we'll definitely get into that, I'm sure. We shall try to spirit away the penniless population across the border by procuring employment for it in the transit countries. So nothing about expulsion. It's like we're going to help them by giving them work in other countries, which will be better for them. This is Herzl speaking, not me. Oh, there's a sentiment of Herzl. While denying it any employment in our own country, because he wants to build up a Jewish state where Jews have autonomy, which they don't have in Europe. The property owners will come over to our side. Both the process of expropriation and the removal of the poor must be carried out discreetly and circumspectly. So then he goes on to say, it goes without saying that we shall respectfully tolerate persons of other faiths and protect their property, their honor and their freedom with the harshest means of coercion. So here he's saying, if there are landowners, if there are not the penniless beggars, but the people who actually own the land, they will be completely protected in this state. And those penniless beggars that don't want to go, they'll still be protected in Herzl's state that is never realized, because Herzl sadly died long before this vision of a Jewish sovereignty came to fruition. So at first, incidentally, people will avoid us. We're a bad odor. By the time the reshaping of world opinion in our favor has been completed, we shall be firmly established in our country, no longer fearing the influx of foreigners and receiving our visitors with aristocratic benevolence and proud amiability. Should there be any such immovable owners in individual areas who would not sell their property to us, we shall simply leave them there and develop our commerce in the direction of other areas which belong to us. If we move in, and so it goes on and on and on, but effectively, he's not talking about Palestine. He's talking about Argentina. He's talking about people who don't own the land. He's talking about people who live on the land, who are penniless. And he's saying we can help them get employment elsewhere. Now, the other thing to really hammer home is this is just one person who actually had nothing to do with the state that then came into fruition and the laws that are in that state today. And it's very convenient to quote someone 50 years before the state actually got 60 years before the state came into existence. But if we bring it to the actual modernity and we look at the laws that are applied today in the Declaration of Independence, which preserves the rights of all minorities, which I'll come to some of those quotes in a second. Actually, we'll come to those now, and then I'll pass it over to you because I've been talking for an awful long time. So equal rights. Just a few. So these are the quotes that matter, because these are the people that actually formed the state. So in the Jewish state, and this is literally the Declaration of Independence. I believe, is it the Declaration of Independence? No, it's the rest of the JNF, sorry. In the Jewish state, Jews will not have any right that is denied to Arabs, Greeks, or Armenians. If they are residents and citizens of the state, every citizen, Jewish, Arab, or any other, will be eligible to be elected to be president, prime minister, a justice of the High Court, We have an Arab party, a Muslim party in government today. We have Arab judges who sent Jewish prime ministers and Jewish presidents to jail. So this all came through. This is all relevant. We will, important or minor, we will need to concern ourselves with the health and education, development, and all the other services for the Arab villages, no less than the Jewish villages. Chaim Weizmann, Palestine, so that was in 47. This is in 1925. So again, 30 years after the Herzl quote, Palestine must be built up without violating the legitimate interests of the Arabs. Not a hair of their heads shall be touched. Literally, we could go to the Israel Galili, who was the commander-in-chief of the Haganah in the 48 war. So he said, acknowledgement of the full rights, needs, and freedoms of the Arabs in the Hebrew state without any discrimination and a desire for coexistence on the basis of mutual freedom and dignity. So just a few quotes that are actually far more relevant to the conversation than Herzl, an aristocratic socialist that lived many, many years before and didn't say any of the things that you thought he said. And then finally, maybe just to bring it back, because you touched on Britain, we can get to Britain. Britain didn't support Israel. There was the Balfour Declaration, and then pretty much from there on in, Britain didn't do that much for Israel, and we can get into all that. But I want you, because you're the person who keeps on going on I want you basically to, you keep asking me the questions about it and saying like, if the shoe fits, why don't you just embrace your settler colonial identity? So I want you to do one simple thing. Give me one example of any colonial state, settler colonial state that didn't import a culture from a metropole, that was the settlers, the people that were actually struggling to establish a state, weren't indigenous to that land. So give me one example of an indigenous settler colonial state where an alien culture was imported. One example. And I'll hand it over to you.
Okay. You said quite a lot. So one of the concerns I had was you kind of sidestepped a lot of what I actually said. Let's go back to what you said about Theodore Herzl. So Theodore Herzl's diary quote was written in the summer of 1895. At that point, he actually hadn't decided whether it was going to be Palestine or Argentina. So he didn't reference any particular country. So when you said that he was referring to Argentina, that's not exactly true, right? And you know, he didn't actually mention any particular. He hadn't decided at that point whether it was going to be Argentina or Palestine. But you missed the point of the entire quote, which is he might have even if I was to concede it was Argentina, even if I was to give you that, he's still outlining what he intends to do to any place. He wants to colonialize somewhere, all right? The question is where? Where's the target? Zionism wouldn't be any less settler colonialist just because it targets Argentina. Okay, so it's a moot point. So you're basically arguing that, well, you know, he was going to settler colonialize someplace, but he hadn't decided it was Palestine at that point. It was like, well, all right, but that still doesn't change the point that Zionism is settler colonialism. So that needs to be really addressed. You still haven't, let's say, admitted or come clean. And now I want you to pay very clear attention to what I say, because I know you've debated many people before, and maybe you have prepared responses, or you know, when people are doing debates on a certain subject for a long time, they're used to certain arguments looking back at them. Please take what I say on my own merits and what I'm saying. Yeah, I said at that time the idea was the carrot approach, right? The carrot approach was they weren't going to come in. The early Zionists didn't think they would need or was necessary to fight the local population to get a sovereign state. For some reason, they were so naive, they thought that somehow the locals would just accept a nation state on their land, which is not of their nation, representing not their nation, or is the sovereignty is not for their nation. That they would just accept that and it'd be no problem because of all the great benefits of civilization that we're bringing to them. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? Sounds like the North American colonies. So that, you know, that where the narrative of 19th century colonialism was that the natives would probably agree with our colonialism, English colonialism or French colonialism. The natives probably would be benefited by. No one ever said we're going to go and take people's land. The colonialists thought they were going to improve these lands by bringing Western systems of ruling and government. Now, before you asked me a question, and I'm gonna answer it. But before I do, I just need to maybe get clarification as to what you would consider to be a colonial state. Because what are the examples of a colonial state or system? So, would you say the French coming in North Africa, bringing French settlers into North Africa, and what was an example of a colonial state? It's been reversed, of course, by the Algerian War of Independence or what have you. But would you say that was a colonial state? And also, would you also say that maybe the Dutch arriving in South Africa, not Dutch East India Company, not an official government, but Dutch East India Company, that was colonialism? Would you say that those examples of colonialism in Africa were indeed colonial and settler colonial?
So it depends where in Africa. Am I muted? Can you hear me? Yeah, it depends where in Africa. So in Algeria is an interesting one. It is 100% settler colonialism, although they obviously had it was Napoleon who came in and said that it's part of France, and he gave autonomy to a degree to the Arabs, and so. But the French colonists that came to North Africa were settler colonizers if they establish a state. So like South Africa is a settler colonial enterprise. Algeria is more complicated. I would say it's more typical colonialism, and the hallmark is what happens when they go through the process of decolonization. Kenya is an example. India is an example of traditional metropole colonialism. America, Australia, being classic example, Canada being classical examples of settler colonialism. Now, what all of these,
Africa, just an example of only Africa specifically, those examples, or any of the examples in Africa where British people were coming and settling, like in East Africa as well. Those British, farmsteads were being established. Were they settler colonial?
If they're coming with the intention, they settle in a land they're not indigenous to, and they use structures to oppress the indigenous populations, indigenous being the operative word, then they are, by definition, settler colonial.
What if they didn't oppress the indigenous? What if
if they establish sovereignty over, the indigenous people, that is a settler colonial state.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that definition. Well, here's the thing. You said, can I give you an example of indigenous people coming back to a land and establishing a foreign system upon that people, from wherever they were immediately from, upon that people? Well, it is South Africa, the Dutch, and the French. They were indigenous to the land that they were colonizing, because we're all from Africa, aren't we? Thousands and thousands of years ago, we're all originally, in fact, most of human history, according to current archaeologists anyway, most of human history was actually been spent in Africa. Okay, so these colonialists could say, no, we're not foreigners. We're coming back to our land. That was, it might have been a couple thousands of years, so that's not a problem, but we're coming back to our land, and we're bringing a political system which was developed recently in another land, which you're not a part of. And I would also say then there's indistinguishable from the Ashkenazim, so the European Jews, who came with Western systems of government, Western culture. They were Westernized, and it's often highly documented difference between Mizrahi Jews, so Arab Jews, quote unquote, and Ashkenazim Jews, initially, even on the inception of Israel as an establishment. And there was an issue about assimilation of Mizrahi Jews, and many Mizrahi Jews were complained about that in Ashkenazim had a kind of cultural superiority because they were Western and they came from Western Europe. So Israel is not a halakha state. It's not based on the halakha, the law of a Semitic book right? The Torah. It's based on Western Enlightenment ideas, foreign ideologies, which were formed in the West by people who have some connection, ancestry to it, going back a few thousand years, which we're going to go into, and it's going to be a very exciting part to this debate. But the European colonialists could make the exact same argument. The only difference is maybe the European colonialists were, let's say, disconnected from Africa by a few more thousands of years, but still natives of the land coming back to Mother Africa from where they're from. So that's the kind of hilarity we get from nationalist arguments. Don't worry, I'd say that it's not just you. All nationalist apologists have very ridiculous arguments, which anthropology just blows out the water. The idea that you're native in a particular land, the idea that, in fact, most of the world we are travelers in, or foreigners to. Most of the world, really, the human race, that is, or Bani Adam, right? I mean, Allahu Alam, God knows best where Adam alayhi salam was placed on this world, where he started out from. But we're all, in a way, foreigners into many of these lands we just passed through. And so your argument, if held true, would equally then apply. So you really just admitted now that if these cases are settler colonialism, because you have settlers coming in, brought from Europe with Western Europe systems, brought into, let's say, France, for example, brought into South Africa. If these are settler colonialism, then the question that everyone is now screaming at the screen, looking at you, is like, why not equally Zionism as well, which had the exact same aspirations, methodology almost identical? Why not? Why this reticence to just admit, come out of the closet, settler colonialism, so what? At least that would be a more honest position, I would say. The last point I've mentioned before letting you go is something you mentioned earlier. I actually forgot to bring it up. So you said, I see the Jews as a religion. I actually don't. I actually never mentioned it. I know you're used to Muslims discussing and sure with you. And I know that in the Quran, it describes al-Yahud as people who, in essence, are believers in Judaism. So it's by belief. The Quran and Islamic worldview divides people into what they believe, because that's more representative of what you are than the vagaries of what skin color you are, what eye color you are, where you happen to be born, your mother and father, and so on and so forth. I even dare say that nationalism is actually mostly fictitious. The idea that you're a nation, and we're a nation, and everyone's a nation, is just what you imagine to be. It's a label you apply to yourself. Oh, so are the 12, the descendants of the 12 tribes of Israel, are they Jews? Well, the Samaritans are one of the 12, are Israelites in essence, but they're not Jews though. So it becomes arbitrary. Then is an atheist Jew still a Jew? And they'll say yes. The law of Israel generally accepts that they'll be yes, they are Jewish. But a Jew that becomes Christian and Muslim, the law of Israel on Aliyah rules says no, not a Jew anymore, even though they're ethnically Jewish, if you want to use the word, if you want to use the term to describe it as an ethnicity. There's a debate amongst Jews as to what is actually to be Jewish. What is being a Jew? It's really a label, a feeling. Again, it is like every other nationality that we have in the world. These are things that exist in our minds, right? Sure, Gottfried Herder envisioned the language you speak to be defining your character. So in the ancient world, the people you lived amongst, or the language you spoke, defined what you were. So if you spoke Arabic, you were an Arab, even if you were actually Persian or Roman, which we had many of those. We had cases of this, or there was actually Suhail al-Rumi was actually originally Arab, captured by the Romans, and then he was called Suhail al-Rumi because he was Suhail the Roman, even though he was ethnically in origin, by descent, an Arab, right? So. And that's why many Palestinians, Lebanese, Egyptians, and many of them are called Arabs only because they speak Arabic, right? It's just a label that you apply to yourself. But what is the real ethnicity? Well, the Egyptians have their own, have a descent which was very much based in that land for many centuries. And likewise, the Palestinians, and likewise, the Lebanese. And really what we're going to get to, and where the crux is does the argument from Zionism, Jewish nationalism, argues that the Jewish ethnicity or label connotes upon the bearer a superior privilege to rule over the land of Palestine against its inhabitants. And again, it's not unique to Zionism. Every single nationalism connotes a superiority or privilege to a particular ethnic group over an area of land. And considering that we're all related, we're all human beings of Bani Adam of Adam alayhi salam, it's ridiculous to say that some particular descent of some kind means that you have the right to set the rules and laws of an area of land over other people. Whereas we know from the Quran and we know from the Torah that it's God that sets the rules, God that sets the laws. And only the maker of the universe has full jurisdiction over all things. And if we are given the responsibility of leadership in an area, we have to govern by his laws, which is the Halakha view, the view of the Tanakh, and the view of the Quran. So that's what I would say. You mentioned also earlier on, actually, you mentioned about, and I forgot to kind of deal with this. So you said Jews are always seen as separate. Well, every ethnic group in Europe, which is in a country that is not the majority, will be seen as different, not necessarily separate, but just different. You say that the argument of Zionism, which was the argument of Zionism, that Jews should go to a land they can be safe. Jews should go to a land that they can be safe. Is that before I continue, is that correct? That one of the main arguments, would you agree that one of the main arguments of the earliest Zionists was that Jews should go to a land where they can be safe?
Zionism is that Jews need a refuge, and there's only one place we have any legitimate claim to establish a refuge, where we are not beholden upon the benevolence and the mercy of others, be it Muslim or Christian, or today progressives.
Well, that's not really what Theodore Herzl argued, because if that was the case, and the Rothschild and Baron de Rothschild, because they said any of these particular colonies or countries can do. Either Argentina was another possibility. So clearly, it wasn't only fixated with just
they rejected that. Rothschild rejected, Herzl rejected, Weizmann rejected. They all rejected Argentina for the reasons I just gave you. So all the early Zionists agreed with me. It's documented in all the Zionist congresses.
Yes, I know that. That's why it became the funds and the Rothschilds set up the Palestine colonization organization for the Palestine Jewish colonization organization for that particular reason. Of course, they settled on a particular case, but early on there were Jewish colonies being established in North America. There were ones in South America. There were different ideas amongst Zionists as to where to go, where Jews can go to become, let's say, a majority. But my point was this: the key argument of Theodor Herzl, the key argument of many of these Zionists, and that's not just Theodor Herzl, but I mentioned because he's obviously the most well known, but you also have Sir Moses Montefiore as well, very famous baron, and also the Sheriff of London at one point in time, who I think was one of the patrons behind the Jewish Chronicle, I believe. Also made this kind of these kind of arguments, a place where Jews can be safe. So here's the point now. If that argument holds true, why go to the one region of the world where historically has been the most turbulent, violent, and regions, including the concern that there was Russia on the borders, which was going to come down and destroy the Ottoman Empire? If you're going to pick a place in this planet that's peaceful and tranquil to settle down, Argentina is a better pick than the Middle East. Anyone just goes through the history of the Middle East, it's not the most peaceful place. You get, there's plagues of crusaders come in now and again. You get Babylonians, you get Assyrians coming in, you get Hittites, you get, Pharaonic Egyptians. You get a lot of different people invading that land and not leaving the people in peace. So if you're going to pick a place in this world which is peaceful for Jews, there are much better places to go. So that argument doesn't really hold so much water. The main argument was that the connection or the identification with, the belief amongst the many of worldwide Jews, obviously mostly Ashkenazim Jews, that they had a right to that land. To quote Sir Moses Montefiore, just to give you a quote, and then I'll pass it on to you. So he said, I do not expect that all Israelites will quit their abodes in those territories in which they feel happy, even as there are Englishmen in Hungary, Germany, America, and Japan. but Palestine must belong to the Jews, and Jerusalem is destined to become the seat of a Jewish commonwealth. So he mentioned that there are many Jews that are just totally happy with where they're living, and then he doesn't expect them to come to Palestine. But he believes that it belongs to one particular ethnic group. It belongs to not to anyone else, not to any other the people that might have lived there even continuously. We'll get to that. To one. And before I do pass it on, if you do allow me the latitude, we're going to now use the term Palestinian, and the word Palestinian, Jew, Canaanite, Arab, what are these terms we're going to be throwing around? So I'm going to define my terms very carefully. A Palestinian is anyone that was obviously found to be living there, and let's say upon the time of the British arrival, let's call it that have had roots there for at least a few hundred years, but can go back to thousands of years, whether they were Muslim, Christian, or Jew. Muslim, Christian, or Jew, they are all those people that satisfy that criteria. They are Palestinians. So, and as you know, the PLO, the Palestinian Liberation Organization, do consider that the Jews who lived amongst them are equal Palestinians to themselves. So now these are the Palestinians. Now that's one group. The other group is, you could say, you can call them non-Palestinian Jews if you'd like, to mean anyone who's any other Jew that's outside, who are maybe Mizrahi Jews that go from the Muslim world, or Ashkenazim, which I believe are about 80% of world Jewry are basically Ashkenazim. If you want to correct me on that, I haven't checked the latest statistics on that matter. That a separate group in our discussion, because the Palestinians never had issues with people of different faiths amongst themselves. Oh, sorry, and Samaritans as well. They're also the Samaritans, the remnants of the 12 tribes of Israel, who are not called or considered to be Jews. So those are that's the two groups I want to talk about: non-Palestinian Jews and Palestinians, including Jews, Christians, Muslims, Samaritans, and Druze, and a few others. And I believe I'll leave it there. In order to say that I do think that Zionism, which believes that Jews have a superior right to Palestine, does remind me of a saying attributed to the pagan Arabs, the Arabs of Arabia before the coming of Islam. There was a famous saying they said, which is, there is either the oppressed or the oppressor. So better to be the oppressor than the oppressed. In Islam, we consider it to be a jahil saying, a saying of ignorance. It's a saying of not enlightened by divine revelation. And I think it's something which I lay at the feet of every nationalism, not just Zionism, by the way. Every nationalism is based on racial superiority by definition. Otherwise, it wouldn't be nationalism. It wouldn't be the idea that a nation state represents one nation. So those are the points I would like to make, and I give it over to you.
Such a schoolboy error. I got too many mute buttons. I got one on the mic, one on the screen. I'm getting confused. So to be honest, I'm really surprised by your answer to the first question, to my question, which was, can you give any example of a settler colonial state which didn't involve a metropole and involved indigenous people, and the only thing you could come back with was, we all came from Africa? I'll let the audience judge for themselves, but anybody who's familiar with the Jewish people know that the Jews pray 3 times a day for Jewish sovereignty, a return to Jewish sovereignty in Israel. After our meals, we pray to return to Israel. We've had a continuous presence in Israel. There is no European community that has such a connection to Africa. There is no European community that can trace any culture that they preserved in Africa. There's these communities, these ethnic groups, these communities, these religious groups, whatever, however you group these communities, they simply don't exist. So if the best example you can come up with of a settler colonial state that was an indigenous movement, a movement by indigenous people to achieve liberation, national liberation, if the best example you have is Europeans in Africa, then I'll let the audience judge. And I'll just throw one other thing in there. The same would apply to Palestinians, by the way. If you believe that that today's Palestinians, that are now the overwhelming majority of them are in the diaspora, if they were to return, the same arguments apply. What we're actually dealing with are two people who connected to the land, albeit most of the Palestinians are Johnny-come-latelys, and we'll touch on that. We'll come back to that. But most of the Palestinians are Johnny-come-latelys. But they have, and a sizable section, a notable number of them, that do have an ancient connection to the land. And many of them share DNA with me. Many of them are of Jewish origin. And so if Palestinians would then leave the diaspora, establish a state alongside Israel or in place of Israel, your same arguments would apply to them. So you then went on to say that, it's one of the most gross slurs that we hear thrown at us. And I know it wasn't intended that way, because I sincerely believe you're a well-meaning person and you pursue peace and you don't mean to cause offense unless necessary. But the idea that Ashkenazi Jews are European is so disingenuous. It's so malicious, in the sense that we were so European that they put us in ghettos. We were so European that they burnt us at the stake. We were so European that they wouldn't allow us to own property. We were so European that they banned us from working in professions. We were so European that they inflicted massacre upon us. We were so European that 6 million of us were slaughtered in the Holocaust. That's how European we are. And what did all of these people say? What did they all believe? They all believed we came from Israel and we were separate from the European nations, and we rejected Jesus, or we reject whatever their criticism of us was, but we weren't European enough. And for someone to sit here and say that we are Europeans and then we're going into someone else's land and stealing it is just a gross insult to history and the Jewish people in general. And so you then went on to do something which, again, was surprising. You went on to define what a Jew is. And you said, and I quote, "Being a Jew is a feeling." Abdullah, Achi, my friend, we've defined what a Jew is for thousands of years. It's codified in our scripture. And it isn't how you feel. Being Jewish isn't a feeling. In fact, being Jewish is very clearly defined. You either have a Jewish mother or you convert to the faith. If you were tomorrow to turn around, Abdullah, and say, "I believe in the 5 books of Moses, I am a Jew," the Jewish community would not accept you as Jewish. In contrast, if a Jewish family member of mine turned around and said, "I reject all of the prophecies of Moses, I reject religion, I renounce religion, I'm an atheist," they would still be Jewish. So we have very clear definitions of who is and who isn't a Jew, and it's not being a feeling. It's not how we feel. Sorry. And so you then started talking about superiority. This is where it got really, really rich. So in Israel, anyone can be caliph. In Israel, anyone can be prime minister, be they Muslim or Jewish. They can be judged. They can achieve anything. An Arab who lives in Israel has the exact same rights as a Jew that lives in Israel. I'm talking about a citizen of the state, not someone who's living in Judea and Samaria or the West Bank, because they're under the Palestinian Authority, and in Gaza they're under Hamas. But any Israeli Arab has complete equality. And so what I'd like to do is just quickly dip into Islam for a minute, because I think it kind of reinforces what I'm saying. So there's a hadith, which I will read you, which I think is perfect for this conversation. And so let me just pull it up. Here we go. It's from Al-Bukhari. It's Sahih. narrated by Ibn Umar. Umar bin al-Khattab expelled all the Jews and Christians from the land of Hijaz. So first and foremost, if you want to talk about superiority, here there are numerous, as you know, hadith attesting to the Jews and all the religions. No two religions can exist in the Hijaz. For my audience, this is an area of Arabia who aren't necessarily familiar with Islam. Allah's apostle, after conquering Khaybar, thought of expelling the Jews from the land, which after he conquered it belonged to Allah, Allah's apostle, and the Muslims. But the Jews requested Allah's apostle to leave them there on the condition that they would do the labor and get half of the fruits. So they're saying that you can stay there, you're permitted, but you get 50% tax effectively. Allah's apostle said, "We shall keep you on these terms as long as we wish." So until we feel like kicking you out. Thus, they stayed till the time of Umar's caliphate, when he expelled them to Taima and Ariha. And why is Ariha important? Because it's Jericho. And that's why I'm bringing this quote. So when Umar ethnically cleansed the Jews from the Hijaz, Arabia, he ethnically cleansed them to Israel. Why? Because the Jews have an ancestral claim to Israel. We can touch on Arab. Actually, let's go there a little bit. So, if you're talking about invading forces, your name, Abdullah al-Andalusi, is very, very telling. How did the Muslims come to be in Spain? Well, Musa ibn Nasir marched with 18,000 Arabs, largely from Arabia and Yemen. He marched to North Africa, and then from North Africa, they sailed to al-Andalus. I mean, this is the second wave, and they captured cities like Seville. So here you have 18,000 troops marching from Arabia all the way to Europe, Africa, sailing and then conquering Europe from Europeans, and then colonizing that area, ripping out the resources, sending them as a tribute to begin with back to, I think, Medina at that point, or was it Damascus? Damascus. And then later establishing a caliphate there and keeping the tribute for themselves. In this caliphate, Jews at times did very well, and at other times they did terribly. But when the Arabs went out, in the early stages, they established settler colonial garrison cities, Basra, Kufa, Fustat, many cities which were exclusively Arab. And even when Muslims converted, even when non-Muslims converted to Islam for economic reasons, at this stage, there was still inequality. There was effectively 4 categories within. So you're talking superiority. These are in the early caliphates up until the Abbasids. Yeah, so for the Umayyads, certainly with this. You had a Muslim Arab who was the top. Then underneath that, you had Muslim non-Arabs. And this was the Mawali caste system. That was abolished by Umar ibn Abd al-Aziz. And then underneath that, you had non-Muslims, free people, or people of the book, so Christians, Jews. And then you had slaves underneath them. So if you want to talk superiority, that's a pretty hierarchical structure right there. And different tax systems, and it did not bode well for the Jews paying the jizya. And we can get into some of that. I can show you hadith. I can show you Muslim historians and the sources and what the different tributes and taxes that Jews and non-Muslims had to pay within these states. And the tremendous wealth that these invading conquerors established for themselves. And so we can go into all of that. And in the early stages, it was traditional colonialism in the sense that by the end of the Umayyad Caliphate, only 10% of the region spoke Arabic. By the end of the Abbasid Caliphate, almost all of the Arabic was the dominant language in the lands that they took. And so then what was life like for Jews under these caliphates? So sometimes it was fantastic. And anyone who tells you that it was terrible for the Jews under Islam is ignorant of history. Because in places like Al-Andalus, it was very good for the Jews, but it also turned. And this is why we need a Jewish state, because sometimes it's good and sometimes it's not good, and we're dependent on those in power. Now, this isn't a criticism of Islam. This isn't a criticism of the teaching of Islam. It's a criticism of the caliphs, who were often completely insane, like Al-Hakim in Egypt, who I'm sure we will agree, he banned Ramadan. It's like, just because someone is the head of the caliphate, it doesn't mean he's necessarily going to live in accordance to Islam. So, a quick timeline, just because it is relevant. So in 720, Jews were banned from the Temple Mount by Umar II. In 1004, Jews of Israel were forced to wear cowbells by al-Hakim, the caliph I just mentioned. Synagogues were destroyed a few years later by him, and many of them were forced to convert to Islam by the sword. He then turned on the Muslims. He was a crazy guy, and you'll be much more versed in the history than I am. In 1033, Muslims massacred 6,000 Jews in Fez. In 1066, Berbers Muslims massacred thousands of Jews in Granada. In 1071, the Seljuks captured Jerusalem and destroyed the synagogues. In 1146, 100,000 Jews were massacred by the Almohads in Fez, and in Fez, and 120,000 in Marrakesh, and that's according to the Jewish Encyclopedia of 1910. In 1263, the Berbers captures Jerusalem, massacres the Jews, making them wear yellow hats. In 1465, the entire Jewish community of Fez was massacred by a mob. In 1490, Al-Maghili massacres the Jews of Tuat. In 1517, here's where it's just perfect. This is the best example of oppression of Jews under Islam. In 1517, the Mamluks and the Ottomans were fighting over Israel. In Safed, the Mamluks massacred the Jews. And in Hebron, the Ottomans massacred the Jews. So, we were victim of both sides. Now, this isn't an attack on Islam. It's not a polemic against Islam. And there are many, many, many caliphates where Jews achieved incredible positions and fared very well. But the purpose of Jewish self-determination is we no longer want to be dependent on someone else coming to our aid. And so I'll go one final point, or one final area, which is the Palestinians. Your comment on who is a Palestinian and Jews and Israelis and Zionists, your definitions. So let's look at a few facts to begin with. Populations. So in 425, the Jews compiled the Jerusalem Talmud in Tiberias. It was a center of global Jewry. There was a very, very large presence there that were living there. In 614, the community persisted in this region and was still there in 614 to the extent that when the Jews rebelled against Heraclius, there were 200 to 400,000 of them living in the same area. In 617, so this is at that time, the Jews rebelled. They established a state or a kingdom or a vassal state within Israel, including Jerusalem. They held onto that state for 3 years until they were kicked out by the Persians. And then we have the Muslim conquest and much of the history I just shared. And again, so when Umar first came into Jerusalem, he was really good to the Jewish people. He allowed us to return to the Temple Mount after the Persians had banned us from there. But then in population, so that's a very sizable population living there at the time. And then in 1576, you have 7,000 Jews living in Tzfat. 7,000. That number is big, little. To put that into context, in 1853, there were 8,000 Jews living in Jerusalem and only 4,000 Muslims living in Jerusalem, according to a French diplomat. That's in 1853. In 1864, there were 8,000 Jews and 4,500 Muslims in Jerusalem, according to the British consulate. And so it doesn't matter where you look, there has been a continuous Jewish presence in that region. Now, what about the other way around? What about a Palestinian presence in that land? So I'm going to read another quote. So this quote is from the Peel Commission in 1937. Actually, no. First, I'll go to Ernest Frankenstein, an early Zionist. So 75%, he's writing this. This is in 1939 in a book he wrote in 1944. Called Justice for My People. I'll post up all the sources I use in the description. I'll just have to for the people to go and check themselves. 75% of the Arab population of Palestine are either immigrants themselves or descendants of persons who immigrated into Palestine during the last 100 years, for the most part after 1882. This is the Peel Commission of 37. The general beneficent effect of Jewish immigration on Arab welfare is illustrated by the fact that the increase in the Arab population is most marked in urban areas affected by Jewish development. A comparison of the census in 1922 and 1931 shows that 6 years ago, The increased percent in Haifa was 86%. In Jaffa, 62%. In Jerusalem, 37%. While in purely Arab towns such as Nablus and Hebron, it was only 7%. And Gaza, there was a decrease of 2%. So that's the Peel Commission. So who are we talking about? So, of course, there are ancient Palestinian families that trace themselves back to Christians, Samaritans, and Jews. But the majority of Palestinians are recent immigrants, which is why the United Nations Relief Work Agency defines anyone who is Palestinian, any Palestinian refugee, is someone who has a Jewish father that lived in Palestine from 1946 to 1948. So they could have come there in 1945 for 3 years from Iraq, and they'd still be considered a Palestinian. Well, no. I know the Palestinians, they have ancient claims to Israel. So let's look at the major families. The Husseinis, they arrived after the 12th century with Saladin. The Nashashibis, they were a Kurdish family that arrived in the 15th century. The Khalidis descend from Khalid ibn Walid, one of the Sahaba, from Mecca. The Khans from Syria settled in Israel in the 17th century. The Nusaybas arrived in 637. They descend from the Sahaba, Abdullah bin Nusayba. The Al-Khalilis from the Al-Zaytawi Meccan tribe. The Ridwans are a Bosnian family that arrived in the 16th century. Like literally all the major Palestinian families all have alien or foreign origins. The major families that actually control the Palestinians. And then I'll leave with one final comment and then I'll pass it over to you because I've spoken for an awful long time. So in 1716, I think, or 66, Adrian Rayland, who was a Dutch, I don't know, he's a surveyor, he went geographer, he went out to Palestine, as he described it, Palestina, and he took a survey of the land and he found that the country was a wasteland. Its few inhabitants were concentrated in cities like Jerusalem, Akko, Safed, and Jaffa, Tiberias, and Gaza. Most of the city folk were Jewish or Christian, and only a few Muslims, usually Bedouins. Nablus or Shechem was an exception, home to some 120 Muslims and 70 Samaritans. Nazareth, the capital of the Galilee, was inhabited by 700 Christians, and some 5,000 people lived in Jerusalem, most of them Jews. And so he then also points out that the place names of all these places all have either Hebrew, Greek, or Roman origins. So Nablus is a great example. Nablus started life with Shechem. The Romans then renamed it Neapolis, which then became Nablus. Ramallah, the big Palestinian city. Well, when Adrian Rayland went there, it was called Beit Allah, and it's right next to Bet El, the Jewish Bet El. Hebron, like literally almost all the major Palestinian cities do not have Palestinian or Arabic origin names. Even places like al-Fam, when Adrian Rayland went there, was a Christian village with a Maronite church. And so why am I saying all of this? I'm saying all of this because the claim that Jews are not indigenous and that the Arabs are actually the real indigenous people is not reflected by the archaeology. It's not reflected by the place names. It's not reflected by the people who actually lived there and were censused in many different censuses that took place. And there were others like the 1882 Ottoman census that found a clear Muslim majority. So it really depends where you go to as to sizing the populations. But what I'm really illustrating here is that the claim that Jews are not indigenous is refuted by Islam, archaeology, like basically everything. Everywhere you turn in Israel, you can see the signs of a Jewish historical presence there. In contrast, the Palestinians, many of them are ancient. So in Nablus, many of them descend from the Samaritan families, but many of them are not. Many of them are recent immigrants, as I was testified by the quotes and the stats that I provided. And I've spoken for an awful long time, and it's probably the most confrontational it's got. So I'll allow you to respond.
Well, that's a lot to unpack, and I will do it systematically. So I've been writing notes on everything you've been saying, and I'm going to march through everything. So if you would give me some latitude, I'll try to be as brief as possible. So you said that you claimed, or you interpreted that I said that Jews are European as if they're fully European, or their ancestry is 100% European. I never said nothing of the like. Anyone can rewind this video when it's finished and you see what I said. I said they brought European political systems and cultures. Yes, that is exactly true. A lot of Judaism itself has been affected by Europe. The Orthodox Reform, the Reformed Church, liberal, many and conservative Judaism has been affected by the European Enlightenment ideas. There's no denying that. Yiddish is a product of a German language integration and assimilation, the Yiddish language. Hebrew had to be reconstructed from because most Ashkenazim never spoke Hebrew except in liturgy, in prayers and liturgy, but it wasn't a living language for the most part. I'm not saying no one knew what Hebrew was. You have to know what Hebrew is to read the Torah, yes, but as a spoken language, no. Biblical Hebrew, yes, although modern Hebrew is a little bit different from rabbinic Hebrew, and then earlier on before that, biblical or ancient biblical Hebrew. Okay, so I never said that. I said that at the time the Ashkenazim, the non-Palestinian Jews came into Palestine, they had undergone hundreds of years, if not, 1,800 years perhaps, or more, 2,000 maybe, because they could have, or even 2,300 or to 200, because most people don't know that a lot of the diaspora left without any exiles, or well, if there was even an exile, a systematic one, to begin with. Many Jews left for good opportunities that were available in the Roman Empire, and there's a thriving Roman community of Jews prior to any revolts or revolutions happening in the Palestinian, in Judea, or whatever you want to call it at the time, or Syria Palestinina, as the Romans would later call it. So anyway, so I think when you said I made this great affront to Ashkenazim Jews and I denied their any ancestry to Canaan, I didn't, right? So all that rhetoric and bluster was for no reason, because I never did, right? It might look good, like righteous indignation, but you're kind of attacking and destroying a straw man that's not actually me, right? So please listen to what I'm saying, yeah, because I'm being very precise in my words, right? So when I describe Palestinians, as I said, I mean all the people that were there and had at least been there for a minimum of a few hundred years, both Jewish, Christian, and Muslim. They're all Palestinians. And they are considered by the PLO, the Palestinian Liberation Organization, and now later the Palestinian Authority, to be Palestinians. Okay, they don't make a distinction between religion or ethnicity and so on. Sure, the word Palestine is a national group. I give you that, of course. And it emerged in the 20th century. And then Palestinian nationalism is again a type of nationalism. I totally agree. But if we're going to use the terms which the British foisted upon us, who are the Palestinians? They are the people that have been continuously living there for thousands of years. So now I want to deal with the Islam bit first and then bring this whole debate back on topic, because you mentioning Islam is a massive tu quoque. Now, for those who don't know about logical fallacies, tu quoque is a Latin term. It means, and you as well, right? Means like, so even if everyone in the world was settler colonialists and had done bad things, it does not negate Zionism from being settler colonialist. And because of that motive, from eventually seeing the need by many of its adherents to do bad things in which are necessary in the national interest, right? No one's saying that the Zionists, the early or later Zionists, were sadists. They wanted to inflict pain just for fun, to enjoy it, or they were bloodthirsty for fun. No, most humans aren't comic book evil villains. But most humans are subject to the typical human condition of doing bad when they think it's necessary for their interests, right? That's most human beings. And that's the test in this world that God gives us, which is, are we going to do good even when it's not in line with our interests? That's the test. But anyway, before I get into theology, let's go back to discussion. So let me deal with your two core, and then we can go right back onto the debate. So the idea that, the Islam did the same thing, Islam did the settler colonialism. Well, let's look at exactly what happened. By a simple question, when the Muslims under the Caliphate of Omar, they took over Palestine or Al-Sham, or Syria as they called it, and Egypt, and so on. how many people were expelled? How many of the people, the villagers, the townsfolk, how many population migrations were necessitated or caused as a result of the Muslim conquest, quote unquote? Yeah. How many Andalusians, right? How many Iberians, right? So let's say modern day Spanish or Portuguese, you want to say, but how many Iberians were kicked out of their villages, their homes expelled, villages destroyed, as a result of the Muslim conquest? Okay, the answer to that question will now can be sharply kind of contrasted with how many Palestinians, most non-Jewish Palestinians, were kicked out to fulfill the necessity of the Zionist project in Palestine after the result of 1947 civil war, which the expulsions happened before even the Arab armies even came into the country, before even the war even kicked off. And I want to get to that because that's very important, right? There's a lot of historical documentation and we need to get to that. So anyone will see that no one was kicked out. Who was kicked out? It was the overlords, the Roman, Eastern Roman overlords, otherwise called the Byzantines, the leaders, the administrators. In fact, actually, Muslims even asked the administrators to stay because they needed to administrate the lands. And some of the earliest documentation of tax revenues in these lands is in Greek, because the administrators were basically Romans, in essence, as well as Persians in the Persian Empire. So these were empires that were being kicked out, but the people never was evicted from their homes. You brought the issue of the expulsion in the Hijaz of Jews and Christians and so on and so forth. Now, here's the thing. We do know that the pagans, the polytheists, were given such ultimatums. After they broke many peace treaties with the Muslims, they proved to be a threat to the Muslims. And of course, when their idols were destroyed, it was an easy refutation for a polytheist to stop being a polytheist. You destroy the idols and that's it. Some people say that this rule only applied only to Arab pagans because the Quran is in Arabic, so they should be able to read the Quran and see its miracle in Arabic language. And once their center, their spiritual center, Mecca, was conquered and the idols destroyed, the polytheists should see the light, right? And so only Arab polytheists were not given the right to basically remain after they had repeatedly broke peace treaties and killed Muslims wantonly. So that was that. But interestingly, yes, there is a narration that talks about Omar and the so-called edict about telling all other people who are not pagans, but like people of the book, Christians and Jews, to leave. But we see early historical records show that even after Caliph Omar's caliphate, there was Jewish cities and towns still in the Arabian Hijaz, which has confused many historians. It's like, what happened? These are quite significant ones. They couldn't be overlooked. Why are they still there? Did the edict, was it even carried out, or was there even an edict, or was it maybe mistransmitted? So the edict actually is, because it wasn't written on parchment, was it mistransmitted? Was it only referring to pagans? So these are things that are being debated and discussed amongst historians. So there is no clear evidence to show that Jews were evicted out of Hijaz, because they still remained afterwards in the Hijaz, as well as Christians even. As for, let me just go through a number of your points. You said when the Muslims took over different areas, they established settler colonies, which you described as like Baghdad and Fustat, for example. Actually, these were military outposts. Because the Muslims didn't want to disrupt the people, the population. The capital of Egypt was Alexandria, for example. Ctesiphon was obviously a capital in Persia, and Persepolis. They didn't want to disrupt these people, so they built a military kind of barracks, and it was specifically for soldiers to guard the frontiers of the land. It wasn't actually for settling down. But what happened is that these frontier barracks, became places where the indigenous populations encountered actually flocked to them and started to actually make these quite flourish, and they became flourishing havens. How many settlements in the West Bank allow Palestinians from the West Bank to enter them and just dwell amongst them and live amongst them is an interesting question that we need to ask a bit later on. How many Palestinians are allowed to go into, who are not Israeli citizens, are allowed to go back into Israel after they've taken over? The Muslims didn't restrict anyone from coming in and being in these military encampments, because what happened was you had these soldiers. The soldiers had money. Traders who were Persians, Zoroastrians, Jews, Christians. They came in and they were wanted to sell goods to these soldiers, and they gained access to these military camps, and they just became cities. It was almost accidental, basically. There was no racial segregation or citizenship concerns, or you can't immigrate here, or no right of return. There was no right of return because no one was actually even kicked out in the first place. So again, there is no comparison between what was in essence conquest of empires, of rival empires, and the people who they were lording over. These people were being controlled by Roman overlords. And in Iberia, they were being controlled by Visigoth overlords, which were Germanic tribes which invaded Iberia, took over Iberia. And the Iberians were under these, Germanic nobles and overlords. And the Muslims just basically defeated King Roderick, the king of the Visigoths. And even the Visigoth nobles weren't even kicked out. No one was actually even kicked out. We know this because the Visigoth nobles would then change their role to collecting taxes for the regional the regional representative of the Caliph. So again, nothing like settler colonialism at all whatsoever. What else did you say? Yeah, you say let's go to. I'm going to make sure I cover everything here. So I think that's most of the stuff you said about. So, but what about the treatment of Jews in the Muslim world? First and foremost, everyone knows very famous account that when the Jews were being persecuted by the Spanish Inquisition, which had certain methods of questioning involving basically horrific torture displays, torture equipment, and so on and so forth. They also tortured Judaizers, which are basically Christians who were following Mosaic law. So they were called Judaizers as well. They were being persecuted. Most Muslims fled Iberia to avoid those things. And many Jews fled and went to North Africa with the Muslim neighbors, with their former Muslim neighbors. They went to North Africa, to Muslim lands. But the chief rabbi of Turkey actually invited Jews to come to Turkey, and we're talking about how great the Jews lived there, their riches, the minuscule taxes upon them. It was amazing. They were invited and they went there. And there are many cases, for the most part, where, basically, it was an amazing flourishing time of not just the Jewish community, but also Jewish intellectual life as well. We have many even Jewish philosophers based in Muslim lands. And Maimonides, yes, he did complain about his Almohad overlords. But where did he go? He didn't go to Europe. Yeah, he went to Muslim Egypt, even though he quite cheekily said that nowhere has there been much persecution of Jews as under the Ishmaelites. But then he goes to another Ishmaelite country afterwards and doesn't go to Europe, does he? Right. So he knows what's waiting for Jews in Europe at the time, but he knows what was waiting for Jews in the Muslim world, which is basically peace and tranquility. Now, when you can bring up, there were pogroms, and that did happen. So there was persecutions of Jews that happened in the Muslim world over 1,300 years. You're basically bringing a few handfuls of cases over 1,300 years. Okay, so it was extremely rare. But what actually caused a lot of these pogroms, and there's no justification for these pogroms at all, but many of the Muslims at the time, there was like a poet that complained that Jews were richer than the poor Muslims, and Jews had all the benefits, and they had comfortable lives, and most Muslims were poor working class, so to speak. You get this complaint that Jews are doing very well for themselves in the Muslim world, and you get this disgruntlement from almost like an English Defense League type, disgruntlement about they're taking our jobs, they're taking our, they take the money, they're getting privileges, which is xenophobia. It's wrong. It should be condemned. It's disgusting. It goes against the teachings of Islam. But it shows you that that Jews were actually doing very well in the Muslim world, so much so that many of the penniless masses that were poor actually had resentment because of their success, and they forgot the teachings of their own religion that prohibited the persecution of people who are under covenant. And I'll give you a narration by the Prophet Muhammad, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. The Prophet Muhammad, who sallallahu alaihi wasallam, who I have on good authority, Muslims have been taught to respect and love more than their own parents. He said, whoever oppresses a person with whom has been made a covenant, with them, or places a burden on him more than he can bear, or takes away any of his rights, or takes something from him unwillingly, then I shall be his foe on the day of judgment. The Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam also said, anyone that's harmed a person under covenant, in Arabic, dhimma, means you're under covenant. Anyone who harms a person under covenant has harmed me, he said. So imagine to a Muslim harming a Jew or a Christian living under covenant in Muslim rule, under Islamic rule, not just, it wasn't really Muslim rule, it's Islamic rule, because it's not about Muslim nationalism. There's no such thing as Muslim nationalism. There can only be Islam from the Muslim perspective and worldview of how we rule ourselves. From that perspective, harming a Jew and Christian is like harming the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam himself. So all these pogroms and things that did occur, which are a small smattering of amount over 1,000, that's a millennia, 1 millennia and 300 years, 1 millennia and a third of a millennia, was actually in derogation to the teachings of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam himself. And many of those examples were due to sociological reasons, due to disgruntlement, because Jews were doing very well under Muslim rule, that the poor and the penniless masses, some of them got resentful over this, which is no excuse and should be condemned, and they should fear Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. They should have feared him to have not done that, what they did. As for the Almohads, forced conversions are extremely rare. The Almohad so-called caliphate, which took over Iberia and North Africa, was actually a heretical caliphate. And most people don't know this, but Salahuddin, the infamous to the Crusaders, right? The Crusaders, the infamous Salahuddin. But to us, the famous Salahuddin sent 2 generals with armies through South Africa to attack the Almohads, right? Because they were rebels to the Abbasid Caliph, who was the one Caliph of the Muslims. He was the Imam of the Muslim Ummah, at least the Sunni Muslim Ummah. The Almohads were rebels and heretics. And as you mentioned, like crazy as well, right? So they're the ones that force converted Jews, which is absolutely prohibited by multiple verses in the Quran. There are 2 verses of the Quran that prohibit forced conversions. La ikrah fi din, every famous verse everyone cites, there should be no compulsion in deen, in belief. So I believe that's most of it. I might have missed something because you mentioned quite a lot. But to now come back to the Palestinians, I actually find it in a way extremely offensive on behalf of anyone who is a Palestinian or who's lived in that land, to be called Johnny come latelys. That they just came a few hundred years ago, a myth that has been dispelled by the fact there is actually little to scant any historical evidence to show that they are Arabs. Arabs from Arabia, that is. They're Arabic speakers, yes, but Arabs from Arabia, but their major descent is as Arabians, is very scant indeed. In fact, genetics has shown otherwise, and we're going to get into that. They've shown that they actually have a link to 4,000-year-old Canaanites. A significant proportion of the people that live in Canaan or Al-Sham, or let's say you want to say Palestine, they are indigenous, with some admixture, obviously, of different peoples are coming in. One of them is being Arabs. Now you might say, but what about these noble families in Palestine? These so-called nobles or notable families in Palestine, which have Arabian roots or roots in Egypt or what have you. Well, it's really the same thing that occurred in even, let's say, in Iberia. I'll give you an example. So you had native Iberians, let's say, who intermarried with Visigothic conquerors, and these lords, these Visigothic lords. So they intermarried with the populace. And then they basically became indigenous over time because, in essence, from multiple intermarriages, their majority are indigenous now. Their original, let's say, heritage has been so diluted that they're mostly native than they are, Visigoth, let's say, right? But the Visigoth noble family name still is preserved, right? The Visigoth family name is still would be preserved. In Algeria, for example, is a very good example. I know something of Algeria. In Algeria, there's a distinction between Amzigh, otherwise called Berbers, and Arabs, quote unquote. But genetic studies, as well as just historical studies, have shown that there's been so much intermarriage from the Arabic speakers to the Amzigh speakers that there's actually all people there are majority North African and majority Amazigh in descent because of so much intermarriage, that the idea of being called an Arab is just a preserved label or identity label from the past. So these Arab families with with names that either come from Arabia or come from Egypt, I don't doubt they would greatly treasure their origin, but their intermarriage with the locals over centuries and centuries would show that they've become native by intermarriage. And we're going to have some interesting discussions as to Ashkenazim intermarriage in Europe and the genetic studies that have been done. I'm sure you know of it. I know that in a previous video you mentioned that your ancestry is quite diverse. You're probably more non-Jewish than you are Jewish. If I heard you correctly, please correct me if I misheard you.
No, genetically, that's right. Yeah.
Okay. And yet it makes no distinction as to it makes no change to you identifying as a Jew, but it also makes no change to you identifying as a European or as an English person, or dare I say, your most core of identity is being a ginger. So anyway, I hope I don't get accused if I offend you of being anti-ginger now in this.
I can't believe you assumed my hair color.
See, yeah. Well, that's it. Let's use just for men. But anyway, the shampoo colorant or what have you. The last point, and again, I do apologize to everyone because I've discussed a lot about Islamic history because it was brought up, and I would be remiss if I don't address it because it was brought up in this discussion. The claim that most people convert to Islam due to economic reasons is been refuted by the racist policies of the Umayyad Caliphate regime itself. The Umayyad, so after you had the rightly guided caliphs, which are 4 to 5 caliphs, depending on where you want to put them, you had a kind of a rule of inheritance, almost like a dynasty, basically, of the Umayyad tribe, and let's say sub-clan of the Quraysh, and they were very much wanting to keep Arabs in Arabia as superior to the natives, even those who convert to Islam. And many people convert to Islam, many Persians convert to Islam, and they were still paying the non-Muslim tax, which is the jizya, which is called the jizya. The non-Muslim tax is a military exemption tax, for those who don't know. I mean, basically all Muslim males are reservists in the Muslim armies. They're meant to be reservists anyway. But non-Muslims aren't expected to be part of the non-Muslim males are not expected to be part of the Muslim armies, but to fund the upkeep of these border forts and these boundaries, these frontier encampments, which are the frontiers, they pay jizya tax, which is basically a tax for protection, a minimalist tax on protection that they enjoy. However, there were cases where Syrian Arabs, one tribe said, we don't want to pay jizya, we'll be reservists in the army, and then the males were reservists in the army, and they didn't pay jizya. That happened under Caliph Omar Abdulaziz, I believe. So in that scenario, by the way, non-Muslim women and children don't pay the jizya tax because it's a military exemption tax, so it's only on males, and males of military age even, by the way. And what they don't also tell you in most discussions on Islam and Islamic history is that we had the first welfare state, so non-Muslims were given welfare payments if they were too old. The famous incident with Caliph Omar and a Christian beggar. He actually gave him a stipend from the Bayt al-Mal, which is the Muslim treasury. And the Caliph Omar gave a stipend to a Christian. He said, how can we have taken jizya from you when you're younger and now you're old, you are forced to beg? He thought that was unjust and against the rules of Islam, and he put them under a stipend. So there was welfare for non-Muslims. But anyway, I don't want to digress too much. But what happened to these Persians who became Muslim is that they became Muslim and they had to pay the zakat tax, which is an arms tax. But the Umayyads still wanted them to pay jizya tax, even though they were not non-Muslims anymore, and they were still liable to being military reservists. They are military reservists. They have to pay the Muslim zakat tax, and they have to still pay the jizya tax. And guess what? They still converted to Islam regardless. So converting to Islam actually costs you more money than not converting to Islam. And so much was the Umayyads, what they were doing was against Islamic principles, it led to the Abbasid revolution, when mostly Mawali, right, non-Arabic Muslims, rebelled, kicked out the Umayyads, which only ruled for about just under 100 years, kicked them out and had a very long-spanning hundreds of years of Abbasid rule under a multi-ethnic state, which wasn't Arab supremacist or had no Arab supremacist policies like the Umayyads. And the reason why the Mawali rebelled as Muslims is because it was against Islam, what the Umayyads were doing. So these things need to be mentioned. But as for now, Palestinians, and you mentioned this, and I want to, again, I do apologize for everyone for the time taken here, but there's a famous saying by someone, I forgot who it was, which is, it takes a disproportionate amount of time to refute something that's false than it is to say it, right? So hence, I do appreciate your patience, and do bear with me as I'm going to directly address Joseph, and also then try to take the discussion onto the next stage, because we're still at this very early stage. So you said there is a firm definition of what is a Jew, right? A definition of what is Jew. According to Jewish law, halakha law, you're correct. A Jew is someone whose mother is Jewish, and they are the descendant through a matrilineal line, and because of that descent, they are under the mitzvot. They are under the laws of the Tanakh, the laws of Moses. They are basically they are bar mitzvah, right? Born into the law, right? Born into the obligation to follow the commandments of God. Correct. That is correct under halakha law, under law of, or let's say Jewish law. Let's only use with halakha, and not to be confused with the Arabic word halakha. Means a teaching circle or something like that. However, that's not true, Joseph, according to the laws of Israel. Yeah. Now, Israel only very recently allowed converts to Judaism to be called Jews. Only very recently. Only allowed Aliyah the right to return to those who converted to Islam, to Judaism, and became Jews. Originally, it was given to anyone. It was denied to those who are basically Christians and Muslims. So any Jew who becomes a Christian and Muslim is not given the right to return to Palestine, to Israel, Palestine, under the law of return law. 1970 and the amendment, the 1970 amendment, the 1950 amendment. The 1951 was the original law. It also said, I'm just going to try to find the right quote. There's a lot of legal text here. So it basically said that a person could be called a Jew even if their father was Jewish, but not necessarily their mother. So you don't have to have a mother who's Jewish to be called a Jew and be given a right to return to Palestine by the Israeli government. Okay, so please check it out. Law of Return, 1950. You can check it out in the Israeli statutes. I'm not really kind of making this up on that sense. So what you said there is not accurate according to Israel, the state of Israel. I don't know if you're defending them or their law, but their law is somewhat different from the halakha law, by the way. So those which the halakha law would not consider to be Jewish, the state of Israel does consider to be Jewish, and will give them the right to return, and includes those who just their father. I can read out for you. So they're vested in a child and a grandchild of a Jew, the spouse of a Jew. So someone who's married a Jew, the spouse of a child of a Jew, and the spouse of a grandchild of a Jew, except for a person who has been a Jew and has voluntarily changed his religion. So it's not granted. It says it very explicitly. This right is not given to someone who has been a Jew but has changed their religion. So even if they're ethnically Jewish, and even if they are still bound by the halakha law to be as a Jew, so their mother is Jewish, and they're still meant to be under the Jewish law, regardless of whether they believe or not. But if they've changed their religion, they're not a Jew. But that does not include atheists. So atheist Jews are still considered to be Jews that can have the right to return to Israel. It's quite fascinating, isn't it? It's really fascinating. For most people, didn't really know about this stuff. Anyway, so this is in the law. This is in the law of Israel. Take it up with Israel, not with myself. Anyway, you mentioned that it was absurd me saying that the French colonial project in France and in the Dutch colonial project or the Dutch East India Company project in South Africa was brought up as a case of natives coming back to a land. You didn't really see what I was getting at. It is ridiculous, yes, but no more so then people who have been separated from a land, Ashkenazim, for 1,800 years. You know that the English have actually been in England for a shorter time than Ashkenazim have been in Palestine. The English, the Anglos and the Saxons only came here in about 400 AD to England. Many of your ancestors, which are also your ancestors, by the way, let's not negate that. I'm assuming that you have some Anglo-Saxon in you. They came here at 400 AD, right? So they are actually newer to England than and more recent to England than Ashkenazim are to Palestine. Would you say that an English person has the right? Let's say, let's say England gets destroyed by a meteorite. Let's just say, right? And English people have to leave England. Let's just say they have to leave England. That they can claim the right of return to Germany and just south of Denmark, but not only claim the right of return, but the claim to have preferable sovereignty for English people over and against the Germans and the Danes that stayed. That their right is of a superior quality to have a nation state representing English people in Germany and in Denmark over against the rights of the Danish and the Germans, merely because 1,600 years ago these people left the land and now they're coming back. Okay, that's how ridiculous the arguments of nationalism is, and it's not exclusive to Zionism. It's just ridiculous. Full stop. We're all travelers in the world and in different lands. And to go into talking about indigenous, you talk about the names in Israel or Palestine of the cities are Hebrew names. I mean, I could pick a few if you'd like. Let's quote Jericho. You mentioned Jericho, so let's talk about Jericho. So Jericho comes from the Hebrew, I'm not going to pronounce it properly, Jericho, I believe, derives from the Canaanite word riah, right, which means fragrant. It's believed to be. Other theories hold that it derives from the Canaanite word yaria, which means moon, right? So, and again, you have Hebron. People say it derives from Amorite, an Amorite word. So the Amorites are the Canaanites that existed before the Jews. Many of these cities had names before the biblical Israelites came to that land. So it predates the migration of the biblical Israelites. And again, how did the biblical Israelites even get there is a question. So now I think I've addressed most of the points you mentioned. You said that because Ashkenazis tend to have, so Ashkenazim, so plural in the Hebrew, like in Arabic, in is a plural, im is a plural in Hebrew. You say that they had a connection to that land. The connection to that land was really fostered by a lot of religious literature. There were some individuals, some Orthodox Jews believe that you can only go back to Palestine when the Mashiach comes, the Messiah comes, in the idea of the three promises. There's difference of opinion amongst Jews on that. I'm not going to wade into that debate, or which is the strongest opinion. I know you already had a debate on your channel between two individuals, two different Orthodox Jews who were different sides of that story. I like to go into that, but suffice to say, if you're going to use religion, and religion is the only basis you can ever say that the Ashkenazim have any kind of desire or attachment to that land, or at least any right to it, can only be from religion. You're faced with two problems. One of them is that's your religion, that's not the Palestinians' religion, apart from the Palestinian Jews. Secondly is in Deuteronomy, in the Tanakh, it is said that God says to the Israelites that if they do not obey God's commands, they don't obey God's commands, which presumably means ruling by his laws as well, that he will scatter them among the nations from the ends of the earth. They'll be uprooted from the land. Right? So if they don't rule by God's law, they will be kicked out of the land. In essence, they don't have a right to that land if they don't rule by the law of Hashem, as you say, or the Lord, or the law of Eloh, which is in the Hebrew word for God, where similar to the other Semitic language word for God, Allah in Arabic, or Allah in Aramaic, and Allah in Syriac. So you can only ever say there's a religious connection if that, and even if you do argue there's a religious connection to it, as one of your guests, who was a Jewish Orthodox, an Orthodox Jewish speaker on your show, who debated another guy on whether Jews have a religious or commandment to do aliyah, to go back to Palestine before the Mashiach, before the Messiah. He described the early Zionists as being mostly atheists. In fact, they were mostly atheists and socialists. He used this word. That guest of yours used this word called kofarim, right? Which is the same as the Arabic word kafirin, which means, let's just say, disbelievers. Okay, they were disbelievers. So that's the most part, and I think that's really the case as to who is native and not. And now, having addressed what you've said about Islam, which is a big red herring, and addressing what you said about what you've claimed I said about Jews. You say that they were not viewed as Europeans. Many Jews did view themselves as Europeans. Many Jews view themselves as Europeans today. You don't speak to them and speak for them. And many Europeans have been intolerant against many other European groups. The Roma, for example, otherwise nicknamed Gypsies, but also Slavs, right? And again, Hitler wasn't too keen on Slavs either, right? He viewed them as an inferior race. So the rule in Europe has been dominated by nationalism. Is people tend to hate other national groups other than their own group. They think their national group should be superior on their own land. And if there's a minority amongst them, which they view, usually most of the time, 99.99% of the time, if not even 100% of the time, falsely to be threats to their nation state, they want to kick them out, evict them, and what have you. What was said about Jews in 1890 to 1930s, Europe and America, are now being said about Muslims today, using much the same arguments that you would see today. And I'll kind of now want to open this. Now I kind of address that. I think there are, as I said, there are many Jews who call themselves British, French, Americans, Europeans, North Americans, and you don't have a right to take away from them, Joseph, their right to identify as European. And it certainly is not a slur to be called European anyway. Right, so, but I'm not denying they have other ancestries. And now, I want to now move this debate onto indigeneity. Who's native and who deserves? So the logic of nationalism and nation state is that one particular nation has a superior right to representation of land. So even in the recent nation state law in Israel says that the right to exercise national self-determination in Israel is unique to the Jewish people. Okay, that was recent, but there were many exclamations by Zionists before saying basically the same thing. It's not really a new fangled concept brought in. So now the question is: do let's say the group now defined as Jews, including non-Palestinian Jews, which are the main group here, the main group who include themselves in having a superior right. Palestinian Jews I consider to be Palestinians, so that's a separate discussion. Do they have a superior right to rulership of the land, to decide the laws, the government, the rules of that land over against any other nationality in that land? Is a question now we need to open that can of worms. We need to open it up. And really, if you look at, and I'm going to just cite something here. You say, I'm going to bring some genetic data, but I'm not going to bring it now because it's getting too long now. I want to kind of pass the buck on to you. But what I will say is this. You say that the Palestinians are Johnny-come-latelys. This is not an early Zionist argument, or even a middle Zionist argument, so an argument from the 1930s, 1940s. Ben-Gurion actually considered the Palestinians, most of them, to be descendants of Jews. So they'd had continuous habitation. Now, if you don't mind, I'll quote Ben-Gurion to you, and it won't be the first time it won't be the last time I'll be quoting Ben-Gurion to you in this discussion, I'm sure. The Fellahin, the farmers, are not descendants of the Arab conquerors who captured Eretz Israel and Syria in the 7th century. The Arab victors did not destroy the agricultural population they found in the country. they expelled only the alien Byzantine rulers, the Romans, and did not touch the local population. Nor did the Arabs go in for settlement. So he's now contradicting you, Ben Gurion. Not that I suppose you care so much about necessarily what he might say, but anyway, Ben Gurion, for those who don't know, obviously a leader of the Zionist Jewish Agency and then president of Israel, first president. They did not seek new lands on which to settle their peasantry, which hardly existed. Their whole interest in the new countries was political, religious, and material, to rule, to propagate Islam, and to collect taxes. So there's not a quote. No, this is. I think I'll leave it there. It's even longer. But so Ben Gurion, the early Zionists actually didn't think the Palestinians were foreigners or Arabians at all. But that didn't bother them. That didn't get in the way. The very fact that these individuals, they actually first maybe thought they could persuade a lot of these Palestinians to identify as Jews and to adopt this new identity and new culture and teach them Hebrew as well. They need to change their language. But because that didn't work so well, not all Zionists did that, but many did. Because it didn't work so well, they gave it up. So here's the thing. The early Zionists actually thought that Palestinians were indigenous. They had been continually living there in that land for longer than the Ashkenazim, the European Jews, have been. And that didn't stop them from still demanding that the Ashkenazim and those who identify as Jews have a superior right than Palestinians to self-determination, quote unquote, or sovereignty in that same land. So I'd like to put that over to you and like to hear your points. And again, I apologize to everyone for the length of my rebuttal, but there was so many things to unpack. So over to you.
Wow, and breathe. That's a lot. Okay, where to start? So one of the things I think you consistently do, and I don't know if it's intentional, I'm going to assume it isn't intentional, is the arguments you construct tend to try and minimize Jewish persecution. So you will equate what happened in World War II to the Slavs as what happened to Jews. You'll present, okay, if you're saying that wasn't the case, then I do like to give people the benefit of the doubt. And so if you're not saying that, I'd take that 100%. Okay, fine. Okay, I'll gloss over that point. If that's not your intention, I've got no reason to construct straw mans only for you to then say that's not what I meant or what I said. I'll take you at your word. So let's jump into who is a Jew, because that was really interesting. So first, who is a Jew is, you said, was being a Jew is how you feel. It seems like you revised that somewhat, and I was attempted to use the state of Israel. First and foremost, the state of Israel doesn't get to define who a Jew is. However, it does actually follow the halakha. So you have concept in halakha called Zera Yisrael, which is the seed of Israel. And Hakam Avadia Yosef says it's a mitzvah even to convert these people. And so when Israel set its laws for who can basically seek asylum, seek refuge from a Jewish perspective in the state of Israel, they based it on the Nuremberg law. So anyone who has a Jewish grandparent. Then on top of that, anyone who converts to Judaism in terms of a recognized Orthodox conversion can make Aliyah, can move to Israel. And so what you said, maybe I'm wrong, but everything I've researched on the subject seems to say the inverse. So basically, Israel, the state of Israel, has a halakhic ruling, and that's why there's so much controversy between the progressive denominations in America, which are far more numerous than the Orthodox denominations, or the Orthodox denomination in America. And so there is an issue where Israel won't recognize many of American Jews because they have patrilineal descent as Jewish. So where this really becomes apparent is things like marriage. Israel preserved the British system, which was a preservation of the Ottoman system of religious communities control who marries who. And so if you are in Israel only a Muslim can marry a Muslim, a Christian can marry a Christian, and a Jew can marry a Jew. And although I'm an Orthodox Jew, that's one of the areas where I actually think the state has it wrong, and I don't think the state should interfere in like who has the right to marry. I think there should be a separation of synagogue and state. So I'll quickly touch on the Islamic stuff, because there was a lot that you came with. I'll really just leave it up to the audience. It's like Muslims conquered most of the known world. Horrific battles were fought, and hundreds of thousands of people lost their lives in the clash of empires. And Islam became, and different Islamic caliphates sprung up, and they fought each other. You presented an example of one of them. But effectively, they came to conquer most of the known world. And those conquests tend to be around the coast, the trading areas, which is unsurprising. So like all around the Mediterranean, which makes sense if you're an imperial empire and you're looking to send the tribute and the spoils of war. And I'll give some actual real examples just to bring it to life. So it's not just me like rattling on. So let me just give two examples. So Caliph Uthman and Zubair ibn Awam. So when the third Caliph of Islam died, he left behind 150,000 gold dinars. Now, the first two caliphs before him actually didn't. They didn't get rich off the spoils of war. And it only goes to emphasize my point. Within Islam, you cannot judge, as you say, 1,300 years of caliphates by one individual or two individuals. It's or one caliphate compared. There are multiple caliphates, multiple caliphs, many Muslims. But I'm just going to give two examples from the early days of Islam. And this is the third caliph, so he's highly revered within Islamic circles. And he left behind 150,000 gold dinars and 1 million dirhams. He left behind palaces and in Basra, and I think in Basra and in various places. But effectively, here is not Basra. Sorry, that's a lot. I got that wrong. But here is a man who left behind a huge fortune. Now, how did Uthman amass this fortune? And it's clearly it's the spoils of empire. Zubair ibn Awam is another. I'm not going to read the entire hadith. It's al-Bukhari, it's Sahih. But it goes on to say that he is incredibly rich. But the bit I'm going to focus on is how he came into his wealth. And this is narrated by Abdullah bin Az-Zubair. Az-Zubair was never appointed governor or collector of the tax of Kharaj. And the Kharaj, by the way, was also paid by the non-Arab converts until I think it was abolished, and it was definitely paid by the Jews in the early stages. So this was a land tax, and then I believe you had the Jund, which was to pay for the warriors to go out, and it was like the warrior. What would you say, Jund? Welfare system to support the armies, and so. He was never appointed governor or collector of the tax or any similar thing, but he collected his wealth from war booty gained during the holy battles. So what was his booty? At the time of his death, he's the one who had houses in Basra and Kufa and these Arab garrisons, exclusively Arab cities. He owned 50,000 gold dinars, 1,000 horses, 1,000 slaves. Again, slaves and slave girls. Like, let's not start talking about it. It's, again, if you want to talk superiority, and you do advocate for not the Islamic State, but the Caliphate, the Islamic. I don't know. Advocates maybe a strong word, but you definitely support an Islamic Caliphate. I've heard you say it before in previous debates, but so. You would support such a structure, and here's a structure that permits slavery. Now, you can be opposed to slavery, as I'm sure you are. Most decent people are opposed to slavery, and I will accept that slavery was different in Islam to say the American slave trade, but they are still slaves. They're captured in war, and here we have a man who had 1,000 slaves, and again, he said all this war booty is from the spoils of war, 50,000 gold dinars. And numerous palaces in Arab cities. And so I will let the audience judge, because actually I can continue a little bit more. Actually, so you mentioned that I only mentioned a small number of incidents. I only mentioned a small number for the sake of brevity. I could have gone on for a lot more. I've got a huge list of persecution of Jews under Christendom and persecution of Jews under Islam. And this is what I'll really leave the audience with. If life was so good under Islam, why was it when the Muslims conquered Israel, Jews were one of the most sizable populations, to the extent they'd established a state just a few years earlier? Why were they virtually driven from the lands? And I'm actually going to read one more to just allow people to understand where this comment is coming from. So let me just read. Oops, sorry, bear with me. Let me just read one quick quote. So this was written this is a quote of a Jewish man called Benjamin. I mean, he called the name after Benjamin of Tudela, but let me get his full name. He called himself Benjamin II, but I want to get his full name. So Israel Joseph Benjamin. And he visited Palestine, what you would call Palestine, what I would call Israel, in 1847, or maybe you'd call it Canaan or something like that, or Sham. Deep misery and continual oppression are the right words to describe the condition of the children of Israel in the land of their fathers. So what else does he say? One comprises a short and faithful picture of their actual state under the following headings. They are entirely destitute of every legal protection and every means of safety. Instead of the security afforded the law, which is unknown in these countries, they are solely under the orders of the sheikhs and pashas, men whose character and feelings inspire but little confidence from the beginning. It is only the European consuls who frequently take care of the oppressed and give them some protection. With unheard of rapacity, tax upon tax is levied on them, with the exception of Jerusalem. Everywhere the taxes demanded are arbitrary. Whole communities have been impoverished by the exorbitant claims of the sheikhs, who under the moat trifling pretenses, without any control, oppress the Jews with fresh burdens. It's impossible to enumerate all these oppressions. In the strict sense of the word, they are not even masters of their own property. They do not even venture to complain when they are robbed and plundered, for the vengeances of the Arabs. For the vengeance of the Arabs would follow each complaint. Their lives are taken into little consideration as their property. They are exposed to the caprice of anyone, for even the smallest pretext, even a harmless discussion. A word dropped in conversation is enough to cause bloody reprisals. Violence of every kind is a daily occurrence. When, for instance, the contest of Muhammad Ali with the sublime port, the city of Hebron, was besieged by the Egyptian troops and taken by Jews, the Jews were murdered and plundered, and the survivors scarcely even allowed to retain a few rags to cover them. No pen can describe the despair of these unfortunates. The women are treated with brutal cruelty, and even to this day, many are found who from that time became miserable cripples. With truth can the lamentations of Jeremiah be employed here. Since that great misfortune, up to the present day, the Jews of Hebron languish in the deepest misery, and the present sheikh is unwearied in his endeavors not to better their condition, but on contrary, to make it worse. It goes on and on and on. So this is just one account of what life was like for Jews in Palestine. So why am I saying that? If life was so good for Jews in Israel, why was there a huge population before the advent of Israel, the Islamic conquest, and such a small population, still the majority, but a much, much smaller population as the years went by? And it's similarly, if life is so good for Jews under Islam, why are there more Jews in Borehamwood Synagogue than the entire Arab world? The entire Arab world has less Jews than a synagogue 5 minutes up the road from me. Why is that? If life was so good for Jews under Islam, why are we not still living under Islam? Why did they flee? And it's a genuine question. And so I'll leave it to the audience to draw their own conclusion. And again, not every caliphate was bad. Not every Muslim oppressed us. But we had enough. We tried it. We tried living under Christendom. We tried living under Islam. And it didn't work. It ended in persecution both times. So I will ask you a question now, Abdullah. You said if the shoe fits, wear it. We both know that Islam was an imperial colonizing force. Like, we both know that. Why do you spend so long making excuses, apologizing, trying to show how actually it wasn't like when the Europeans did it or when the Christians did it, and actually we were liberating and we kept it? You kept them, that you captured it perfectly. You kept in place the governors to collect the Christian governors to collect the taxes because they had the imperial systems in place so that you could take out those resources and send the tributes back to Mecca. Actually, it wasn't Mecca, it was Medina, or to Damascus, or to Basra, or to wherever the caliphate was centered at that time, Constantinople. So that's the Islam bit, and it is a genuine question. Like, why don't you embrace that colonizer identity? You asked me the question at the beginning. I said because we're indigenous, we're not colonizers. Like, Arabs, the 18,000 troops of Musa weren't indigenous to North Africa. We both know that. They marched from Arabia, from Yemen. Finally, you also made this equivalent. You keep on talking about Canaanites as if the Palestinians are the Canaanites, and I'm sure you're going to pull a study which says that in the north, Lebanon is actually where most of the Canaanites are today, or the descendants. But they've lost that tradition. There is no community today that collectivizes under the identity of Canaanite. It just doesn't happen. Canaanite language, religions, anything. It just does not exist. Similarly, you weren't listening when I said place names. I said the place names weren't Arabic. They weren't Arabic in origin. Yes, there's Canaanite names, there were Jewish names, there were Christian names. Many of their names were renamed in their Latin form, like Nablus was the example we gave, Neapolis. And so, yeah, I didn't say I didn't say that every name is Hebrew. I said we went back to our Hebrew names, like Bethel, what was a Hebrew name, and Jericho is it exists in the Torah, but so the city existed. But anyway, I digress. It's probably not a point to dwell on. And so you also mentioned that the PLO recognizes Jews before the Zionist conquest. You didn't say Zionist conquest. They say Zionist conquest, which people say is either 1947 or 1917. Most people go by the definition of 1917 as Article 6 of the National Charter of the PLO, which is a continuation of a Jordanian law. But that same rule isn't applied. You keep using this term, nobody. I don't know anybody today that calls himself a Palestinian Jew. I've never met anyone. And there aren't any Jews in Palestine. They were in the Palestinian areas. They were ethnically cleansed by the Jordanians and by the Egyptians. The Jews that were living there were actually ethnically cleansed, not ethnically cleansed in the assertion that many pro-Palestinian activists use, when actually the majority of Palestinians fled a war, which happens in conflict. But the Jews were forcefully expelled from the territories that the Jordanians and the Egyptians conquered. The PLO preserved that, the Jordanian ruling, in Article 6 of their National Charter, which says that any Jew that wasn't there before the Zionist conquest can't be a citizen. Yeah, which is effectively what you're repeating. If I heard you correctly, you didn't phrase it quite like that, but I think that was the source of your point. But what about Arabs? As we said, even by the Ottoman census, which is not sympathetic to the Jewish numbers, even by the Ottoman census, and then the British Statistics Survey in 1882, and I haven't got the numbers there, so it's going from memory. I think there were 270,000 Arabs, Muslims living in the region that became mandatory Palestine. By 1946, I think that had ballooned to 1.26 million. It was one of the largest population explosions in the world at that time, certainly in the Middle East. Arabs were flocking to the region for economic opportunities. The Jews were making the desert bloom. The British were pouring huge sums of money into infrastructure and schooling and everything, and it attracted a large number of Arab migrants. And so that statement, you're talking about exclusivity, yeah? You're talking about nations and Islam and Jews and Israeli and saying like Zionism is this exclusive, like superior political movement for the Jews. Well, hold up, wait a minute. Doesn't the Palestinian National Charter say that nothing about Arabs who moved into the area, only Jews? It isolates Jews out and says Jews can't move here, but Arabs can. And there was unfettered migration. Just to really hammer home this point so people understand what I'm saying. During the Holocaust in 1939, because of Arab pressure on the British enacted the White Paper, which banned Jewish immigration into mandatory Palestine. This is as German persecution of the Jews was increasing in Europe. In 1941, Germany locked the doors and massacred its Jewish community. So at a time when the Jews could have fled to Israel, yeah, the British locked the doors, and any Jews that tried to seek sanctuary from the Nazis in mandatory Palestine, they were interned in concentration camps, internment camps in Cyprus and other places. And so what we see during the same period was no restriction was placed on the Arabs. So Arab migration continued to grow and grow and grow, whereas Jewish migration, the British and the Arabs did everything they could to stop it. So then we got onto indigeneity. So I think yeah, I'll just jump to indigeneity. So I've never once said that some Palestinians don't descend from Jews. Many of them do. I've actually been to houses. A great example is the tomb of Shmuel, the prophet, which is just on the outskirts of Jerusalem. Beneath the tomb is a Palestinian village, or the ruins of a Palestinian village. Above the doorway of each of these villages is a Star of David. And what had happened was these were Jews that fled the Inquisition, fled the Inquisition or the expulsion in Spain. They arrived in what was then the Ottoman Empire, and they took sanctuary. They were granted sanctuary by the Muslims, and eventually this Jewish family converted to Islam, and that entire village is Jewish, and not even like from a community that had stayed in Israel for centuries. This was a community that had been exiled and then came in a family that then returned and then converted to Islam. There are the examples I gave. The Samaritans, the Nablus, the families around there many of them descend from some Muslim families descend from Samaritans. There are many Palestinians I've spoken to whose families have Jewish traditions, like they light candles on a Friday night and they do things that only Jews do. That's not the point. The point isn't, do some Palestinians descend from Jews? Yes, obviously they do. The point is that most do not. The majority of Palestinians descend from a variety. But if you think about the area, it's not to say they don't have ancient DNA. As you said, if you intermarry with the locals, that you're going to have traces of that DNA. But if you think of the region has been a site of mass religious pilgrimage and mass religious conquests for hundreds and for thousands of years. So of course you're going to have ethnic diversity there. That's not in the same way, if you go to the Jewish studies, which I'm sure we're going to do, I'm sure we've read the same studies, you'll find that Jews also intermarried with local communities. So someone like myself, my haplotype traces back to the Middle East, even though I have many non-Jewish ancestors in my family tree. And it's very, very common for that to happen. The overwhelming majority of Jews, however, are not like me, be they Ashkenazim or Mizrachim or Temanim, whichever community you go with, they on the whole do tend to intermarry amongst themselves and amongst each other. And so I'm sure we'll go to the same studies, and I'll let you bring them up because you kept on name dropping them, and I'll give you my thoughts on how appropriate they are and how reliable they are. But what the overwhelming majority of the studies say is that all Jewish community, not all actually, let's say Ashkenazim, Sephardim, Italkim, they all trace their origin back to the Middle East, back to Israel. And so I think when it comes to the Palestinians, yes, it doesn't matter what Ben Gurion says. Ben Gurion isn't really qualified, and we have a lot more information to hand than he did. And that's fine. Like he did, you're right. He believed that the Arabs who were living there, many of them descended from Jews and they would embrace the Jewish identity. He got that wrong. But the reality is most Palestinians self-define themselves as Arab. Yeah, they don't define themselves. And the families I mentioned proudly declare their origins and their closeness to the Sahaba. And if you go amongst the ordinary Palestinians, you'll find the most common surnames are things like Al-Masri, the Egyptian, Al-Saud, the Saudi, the Al-Bosnak, the Bosnian, Al-Maghrebi, the North African. And these are very, very common. So even who's the populist Palestinian propagandist at the moment on Instagram? Mohammed al-Kurd. Like his name's literally al-Kurd, like the Kurd. And there's many, many, many Kurds in amongst the Palestinians. And so I genuinely believe that then this is what I believe, not what other people believe. I'm sure I'll get flack for this from some of my supporters in the chat. I believe that the Arabs actually do. Many of them do have a legitimate claim to the area. I think both groups have legitimate claims. We've both lived on the land for centuries. Whether you start the clock at the 7th century or you start the clock at 1500 BCE, we've both been on the land for an awful long time, long enough that nobody should have to leave, long enough that a compromise should be found and both people should be able to live side by side together. So what I actually believe is the Palestinians have a claim. I do believe, though, the majority of them are Johnny-come-latelys when you're looking at the big picture of the land, but it's still a long time for many of them. For the ones that came in the end of the 19th century, I think it's quite interesting that you don't really question that, but you have a huge issue with Jews returning during that same period. I do find that quite interesting. You haven't focused on Palestinian or Arab migration into the land once in any of your opportunities to speak. But yeah, I think I'll leave it there. So I covered a lot of ground again. So, and maybe we do one more round each, and then we call it a day because we've been going 3 hours, and I haven't had dinner yet. I'm starving.
I'm glad I can help you fast. You help me pray, I help you fast. Okay, so there's a lot to unpack there, and I feel that we've been the conversation is being derailed into two quotes about Islam and the history of Jews under Muslim rule, mostly because, as I said, there's significant evidence, and I'm happy to do a debate on this, a separate debate on this, as to how whether the positive treatment of Jews and their positive and flourishing kind of community life was the norm or was the aberration. Which one is the case in Muslim in 1,300 years of Muslim history? Yes, I've read extensively books because I've been debating this subject for a number of years with many people, including Islamophobes, who'd like to argue that Muslims just treat Ahl al-Dhimma, people who are on the covenant, in a derogatory way, persecute them, and they're mandated to by their religion. Well, clearly, I've shown that the Prophet Muhammad did not command that. In fact, he commanded the very opposite, the diametric opposite of that. So it's a big tu quoque, and I mean, look, all I'm going to say is I'll just give one quotation by the chief rabbi of Turkey, one of the chief rabbis of Turkey, just to highlight the alternative, let's say an alternative voice, should we say? So, chief rabbi in Edirne, which was actually a German Jew, so he actually wasn't even living there initially, but he came to Turkey. So now he had you had the clarity of an outsider's perspective. He invited Jews to come to Turkey, to go there. And here's what he said in his invitation: I proclaim to you that Turkey is a land wherein nothing is lacking, and where, if you will, all shall yet be well with you. The way of the Holy Land lies open to you through Turkey. Is it not better for you to live under Muslims than under Christians? Now, I know you might say, well, of course it was better to live under Muslims than under Christians, but under Muslims wasn't that very good. But what we see is that from this and other evidences, which I can quote them, but I need to prepare for a debate where I can bring extensive evidences, because I want to just give you one or two quotes. And I know that you have some quotations to hand by a few observers, but or at least claims anyway. I have quotations which show, for example, that there was a caliph who was in dispute with a Jewish man. The Jewish man actually had stolen something from him. He took it to court, and the judge asked for a second witness, which is required. The caliph could only bring his son. This is Caliph Ali. Everyone knows this example of Caliph Ali, and the judge said, your son is biased. I can't accept that as a testimony. And when Ali couldn't bring anyone else, the judge ruled in favor of the Jewish man, said that, well, you can't be prosecuted for theft because there's insufficient evidence. So he ruled against the caliph. The caliph was ruled against in favor of a Jewish individual. And what happened, in fact, what became a cornerstone in Muslim legal thought was to highlight, in highlighting the justice of Islam, in highlighting the impartiality, was it always referred back to that and other cases. It was commonly referred to the point that even people of different beliefs and different religions, they can be ruled in favor of if their case is merited, regardless of their religion, regardless of the person. And Caliph Ali, by the way, I mean, no one thinks he's, apart from the Khawarij at the time, but no one thinks that he was a liar. No one ever say Ali's a liar. I mean, surely if Ali gives testimony, you'd accept it as a Muslim anyway, right? He's highly revered by Sunnis, highly revered by Shias. And yet the judge said, sorry, I can't take your testimony on evidence, and it's not sufficient to prosecute a Jew for theft. Interestingly to that story, afterwards, the Jewish man came to him and said, I actually did steal as a shield, I believe, or chainmail, one variation. I actually did steal it, so here's it back. And then Ali said, you keep it as a gift. So that was an interesting story. So there are many such cases. When Omar opened and liberated Palestine from the Romans, he actually undid a Roman law which prevented Jews from living in Jerusalem. He let Jews back into Jerusalem. So as for, I don't know about expulsions of Jews or Jewish majorities from the land, there's actually, I would love to see historical evidence to show that Jews, to prove your point. I would love to see, if you can, to justify your claim that they were expelled, because I don't see any, and that runs contrary to what Islam says, runs contrary to what we know Omar generally his general policies to all people of the book. And as I said, I think
which claim? Which claim?
The claim that I believe you implied that Omar expelled a degree of Jews out of.
No, I said Umar expelled the Jews from the Hijaz, and I said that Umar II banned Jews from the Temple Mount.
Okay, so again, I'm happy to go and look in this, because Jews aren't banned from mosques. And there's a connection between Jews
today. So I'll stop interrupting, but we're banned from there today. Jews aren't
well, actually, not really. If you get a permit from the Islamic Waqf, you're free to go in as a visitor. But most religious Jews don't go in because they are worried that they'll be walking over the Temple of Solomon.
We're not allowed to pray there. We're allowed to visit, but not pray.
Well, if they're allowed to visit, was my point, that Jews are allowed in. I disagree with not being allowed to pray, because Jews should be allowed to pray in masajid, in mosques. They're monotheists like us. We worship the exact same God. It's same word, but in different Semitic languages, but the same word, and so on. So that goes against the Islamic rules, generally speaking. So anyway, so that's a different point. Now, again, I just want to, let's say, dispel this tu quoque and just get back to the point. The point being is that, firstly, going all the way back to identity. Okay, so when I said that, and it's not me that's saying it, many individuals are, I can get you, just read this book by Yaakov Yadgar. He'll talk about, he talks quite extensively, it's called Sovereign Jews, Israel and Zionism. He talks about, again, Judaism, the debate as to what is a Jew, and a lot of it is mostly a feeling or a label. But most nationalism is like that. Most nationalism is like that. And the greatest way to demonstrate that is the laws of Israel itself. So the 1950s law, which was a bit, obviously came after, about two years after the establishment of Israel. So it wasn't at the beginning, but the 1950 law on citizenship, which allowed aliyah, or the right to return for Jews. Now, the argument would be from a nationalist that Jews have a inheritance, or they have an inheritance ancestry. Those Jews are having an ancestry to the land of Canaan or Palestine or Syria, or you want to call Eretz Israel, the land of Israel, but not necessarily Israel itself. We'll get to that in a second. It said that those people who are, let's say, atheists, they're not Jewish, they don't believe in Judaism, right? But they're Jewish in ethnicity, but they're not Jewish in religion. Those people are still allowed aliyah. They have a right to return because it's they're still, and their ancestry is still Jewish, even if it's from their father's line or mother's line, whichever the case might be. Okay, even though it's meant to be strictly via the mother's line, but the state of Israel doesn't care so much. But if you are a Jewish person of ethnicity, but you become Muslim or you become Christian, your ethnicity doesn't change, your ancestry doesn't change, but your right to return to Israel does change. You're not allowed, or you're not given that same right. You might be allowed for normal application of migration or citizen, like any country, but you don't have an automatic right of return. So clearly, Israel doesn't really care about ethnicity so much, because if you can be a convert, as the 1950s law says, that if you convert to Judaism, you can also gain that right. So even if you have no ancestry connection to the land of Canaan or Canaan, you can still have a right to return. But if you're a Palestinian with a definite connection to the land, you don't necessarily have any, well, you don't have, there is no right return even given in the first place, right? And there's deliberate, it's very much deliberate. So when I define it as an identity, it's because that's what the state of Israel has made it. It's what they've come down. It's an identity, so much so that even if you are ethnically Jewish, you are a descendant of Jews, both, let's say, from both your mother and your father, but you become a Christian or you become a Muslim, you don't have a right to go back to Israel anymore, even though it's your ancestral right. So suddenly they don't care about ancestral rights. So that's my point. But if you just convert, you are a Johnny-come-lately convert to Judaism. Oh, you can return to Israel, even though your ancestors never even went there in the first place, right? So that shows you the lie of Israel's claim to a specific right based on ancestry. It's not. It's based on an identity claiming a privilege over against the other groups that live there who don't have the exact same privilege. And that's one of the issues that I'm raising, which is injustice, right? If you think everyone that has a connection to that land has a right to return, should apply to everyone. As to I missed this actually. You mentioned something about Islamic law and caliphate and so on and so forth. Again, this is all tu quoque arguments or even just irrelevant red herrings thrown in to disrupt the debate. And unfortunately, we spend most of the debate discussing a red herring and not discussing the real meat of the actual debate itself. But here's the thing: applying Islamic law. So Islamic law has ways to basically, you mentioned slavery. So in essence, indentured servitude, or however you want to call it, Islamic law has ways to maintain rights in those situations. And yeah, Israel doesn't allow slavery, of course, because it doesn't follow the Old Testament, the Tanakh. The Tanakh does allow slavery, has rules and regulations, just like Islam does, for slavery. Although there is a difference between Islam's regulation on slavery and the Tanakh regulation on slavery. Slaves arguably have less rights. For example, you can beat up a slave in the I believe it's the Deuteronomic or Levitical laws. I have to check. You can beat up a slave, and as long as the slave gets up and doesn't die, it's fine. As long as you don't damage an eye or what have you, no problem. But if in Islam, if you beat a slave, the slave is automatically free. You're not allowed to beat slaves. It automatically goes free. There's many hadiths about this, which is different. It's different from the halakha law, where you can beat a slave and almost to the point of death, and if they get back up within 1 to 2 days, it's fine. Okay. Whereas in Islam, that you've already crossed the line. Even beating them, they have to be manumitted now, regardless of injury. Whereas in the Tanakh, a significant injury is required before you can manumit or release. So there are differences. But what's interesting, but this is a straw man, or not a straw man, a red herring, but also actually is quite pertinent, because the laws of the nation state of Israel aren't based on the seminal document of the Jewish people, which is the Tanakh, as well as the accompanying Mishnah, part of the Talmud and so on. Right? The state of Israel doesn't care about these laws. I mean, it has due regard or reference to the liberties and freedoms and the spirit of freedoms and liberties engendered in these documents. It says, but the Jewish law court judge doesn't need to. An Israeli Jewish law court judge doesn't need to look at the Tanakh, whereas a religious Jewish, judge will obviously only judges by the book, right? By the holy books. So the very thread that connects you to the land, which is that book, which makes it a land which has a religious significance, is disregarded by the state of Israel in any serious way for laws, and instead takes Western secular liberal, generally secular liberal, all socialist principles from the Western Enlightenment. It is not an indigenous law system. It's not an indigenous ideology. It's not an indigenous culture. At least with Islam, to look at it through the lens of, let's say, regions, at least it's a Semitic religion, right? And the Tanakh and Halakha would be a Semitic religion and law for that land. You could say it's an indigenous law system, an indigenous ideology, but the ideology of Israel is not indigenous. It's foreign import by Ashkenazim who brought it over, socialists, atheists mostly, who didn't really care about what the book says. So again, you don't have any connection other than what is really just an arbitrary desire born of an identity group or a label. And again, it's not unique to Zionism as a nationalism. Every nationalism has something similar, some kind of similar tenuous argument for why a particular land belongs to, quote unquote, a particular ethnic group. What else did you say? Because there's quite a few things. Actually, you know what? I think I'm gonna move on beyond it is undeniable that Ashkenazim Jews have faced horrific persecution in 1940s, but even before 1940s, there was not, let's say, death camps in Western Europe, but there was persecution. There was obviously legal discriminations in some countries that brought back discrimination against Jews in the law, which were previously liberal. But there was also discrimination, de facto discrimination on the streets of these Western countries. People not wanting to, people being racist in essence. People being what you call the casual racism that people encounter on the streets, which might not be the result of a law in any particular circumstance. But here's the thing: Ashkenazim do not have a monopoly on persecution, and because there was an historic persecution, does not deny and certainly does not justify the persecution, mistreatment, and discrimination faced by Palestinians today in Israel, Palestinians in the 1948, and the massacres that they faced, which was much more Palestinians died, which were massacred as prisoners of war, and civilians than let's say Ashkenazim Jews died in that war. They were evicted from their countries, from their villages and cities. And I wanted to go into that because we have extensive quotations and plans by quotes by Ben Gurion, quotes by Haganah commanders, intelligence reports by the Haganah, their higher general staff reporting about the expulsions that were done, the expulsions that were done deliberately and that were done by order, or were done by bombing a village, knowing that people would leave that village by bombing them. So they didn't need, in fact, they preferred to actually step back, bomb a village, and kind of exacerbate the flight of people from a village and town, regardless of actually not needing to go in and tell people leave, right? People are going to run away when you bomb their houses, basically, indiscriminately with mortars and things. And I'm going to get to that anyway, but we need to kind of move the conversation on, because we've been stuck here in what is native. Now, as for DNA evidences, well, I'll start with the Palestinians and I'll get to the Ashkenazim. Right? So there was a study done in 2017, so it's quite recent, and it found obviously ancient fossils of individuals 3,750 years ago to 2,000 years ago, so really ancient fossils. They managed to extract DNA, and they looked at the DNA of mostly Lebanese individuals, but also looked at some Palestinians too. And they found that in some cases, it's reported 90% of their DNA can be traced back continually to these ancient populations. But I'll quote you what it says anyway. So it says regarding the Levantine population, so people from the Levant, from Sham, basically, so as both Lebanon and Syria, or at least coastal Syria and Palestine. They said that they derive most of their ancestry from a Canaanite-related population, which therefore implies substantial genetic continuity in the Levant since at least the Bronze Age. In addition, we find Eurasian ancestry in the Lebanese not present in the Bronze Age or earlier Levantines. We estimate that this Eurasian ancestry arrived in the Levant around 3,750 years ago during a period of successive conquests by distant populations. So my apologies, the DNA they found on usually Phoenician sites were 4,000 years older, so they're a bit older, these fossils they looked at. So the report is called Continuity and Admixture in the Last 5 Millennia of Levantine History from Ancient Canaanite and Present-Day Lebanese Genome Sequences. Okay. So in essence, I mean, the Lebanese and the Palestinians and coastal Syrians, the Levantines in essence, have genetic continuity there for thousands of years. And most of their ancestry, it is said, is continuous from that time. There was too few Arabs to enter that land to really change the genetic mix much, as well as too few other civilizations to come in, like the Hittites, the Philistines, quote unquote, those who might have come from Crete, they think. But they came arguably, possibly before the Israelites came to the land of Canaan, and were called invaders by the inhabitants of the land. Let's look at that's the Philistines, by the way, not to be confused with the Palestinians, which the name is connected, but they're not the same necessarily. In fact, many Palestinian Jews would also have ancestry from Philistines too, because there was intermarriage, intermixing. Now let's look at, there was a study done on it was called a substantial, it was the 2013 study. And it said, I'm going to quote it. It said in this study, at least 80% of Ashkenazi maternal ancestry is due to the assimilation of mitochondrial DNAs indigenous to Europe, most likely through conversion. So in essence, it says that the majority of the maternal line of Jews, of Ashkenazim, so Jews in Europe, are basically European. There's no study that said 50% Ashkenazim DNA is kind of Italian or something like this, because of the strong diaspora in Rome prior to the Jewish revolts, by the way, which we have documented. There was a community of at least, some records say even allege in the hundreds of thousands. There's 100 to 200,000 Jews living in Rome prior to the Bar Kokhba revolt, which was, or the 70 AD revolt. So there is big DNA question marks. There are notably connections of DNA between Palestinians. One study suggested that most Palestinians have 30% of their DNA is Jewish, or is similar to Oriental or Sephardic or Mizrahi Jews. So in essence, there is a continuation of people there. But and here's the real elephant in the room, and it's really what we really need to discuss is when you talk about native. Okay, when you talk about native, what does it mean to be a native of land? If we all came from somewhere else, mostly from Africa, probably in some part of Africa, then what does it even mean to be native in the first place? And so let's look at this. When, according to the Tanakh, which is, I suppose, the oldest written, or at least preserved written scripture, although we don't have the oldest inscription talking about that stuff, but we have, you could say, a continued historical transmission of the Israelites and Jewish people, the history of the Jewish people, in a way up until obviously up until a certain point, but it goes back to the very beginning. So we know that Prophet Ibrahim alayhi salam, probably came from in Mesopotamia. Maybe they think they're from Ur, so he's not Canaanite. His descendants, obviously, he intermarried, we know, and had many children. But here's the thing: it still describes that the children of Ibrahim weren't necessarily Canaanite, but I guess then became, you could say, Canaanite at a much later date. But the first movement of Israel, and Israel is used in the Tanakh to mean a people, right? Not a land or a nation state. The people are Israel. Yeah, that's why it's called Eretz Israel, land of Israel, like land of the Amorites or land of the Jebusites, right? The people have a name. Jebusites also had Jebus, the city Jebus, and that was their land. But here's the thing: as you know, in the Tanakh, it says that we see reference to the people being called Canaanites, 3,800 years ago, which was before any kind of inscription of Hebrew habitation or Jewish habitation, the word Hebrew or Jewish habitation there. But here's something else that was quite interesting, and I think something we need to look into. When the Bible records that when the Israelites came to Canaan, obviously they weren't indigenous, and they came and they conquered and they massacred the population there. They killed the men, they killed the women, and they killed the children. Now, God knows best whether that was commanded by God. We don't know. As Muslims, we don't know. We're commanded not to kind of doubt the previous revelation or accept the words of the previous revelation, because we don't know what in it is preserved or is original, and what in it isn't preserved or original. But we're basically commanded to, in essence, approach it with some respect, but we can't be absolutely sure is it true or not. But what we see is that there was massacres in Jericho, men, women, children. It was mentioned. The command was to massacre and kill men, women, children, leave nothing. Like even at one point, the animals that were there. So there was a genocide that actually happened there with these invaders, which were the Israelites. As Muslims, we believe it was the believers, the coming in, and that it didn't describe them massacring people there, but it just does believe there were enemies there that were fighting polytheists. But if you look at it from a secular perspective, it was an invasion and it was a genocide occurring and carving out a land and literally wiping out the populace as they invaded. Now, if we look at history, or at least what we can see from, we see that there's an early stone carved stele about 1200 AD mentioning the word Israel, although people dispute that, but maybe mentions Israel. It's an Egyptian stele, so it's basically a stone carving. And it's about 1200 AD, it's BC, so this is really 3,200 years ago. It mentions the Canaanite cities with place names and the peoples there by place, like this is their place, is their place. But Israel is only mentioned next to the icon of a people. It's just a people. This could be the moment where the people of Israel were just a kind of nomadic. They hadn't yet conquered Canaan and taken over the land. Now, this still describes the Egyptians having, attacked and destroyed many of the Canaanite cities, as well as destroying or attacking and winning against the people of Israel, but not describing any land per se. So let's take 1200 BC as the possible time where the Israelites were in the wilderness. right? And let's see what calculations we can make from there. So from 1200 BC until Babylonian captivity, let's say the Israelites had 614 years of continuous rule. Then there was there was obviously a break on that. The Babylonians took them away and then returned them back. Well, they were allowed to come back. Then there was 103 years of ruling of Jewish rule, or let's say Israelite rule, after the Greeks and before the Romans. So because the Greeks came over, obviously took over the place. So what we see is that in total, of the 656 years of living in the land, where Jews were living in the land, or Israelites were living in the land, we see that there was only 716. In the entire time that Israelites have ruled the land of Canaan, there's been 717 years of them ruling it. So in 1,270 years of living in Canaan, Israelites have only ruled it for 56% of the time. Basically, right? Israelites have only prior to the exile. I'm talking about. I'm going to discount Palestinian Jews from this measure. But if you look at how long non-Palestinian Jews, so those who didn't stay, but those who actually remain, those who stayed, not them, but those who actually left during the time of the Roman period, we see that Israelites have been on the land, and let's say the Ashkenazim, which would later become the Ashkenazim, they've only lived on the land for 1,270 years in total, like just 1,270 years. If we start dating at 1200 BC, the first mention of a landless people called Israel by the ancient Egyptians. Now, let's, for the sake of argument, assume that all these Palestinians are just Arabs who came during the Muslim conquest. Let's just assume that. They've been on that land until they were dispossessed of it for about 1,300, so 1,350 years. So even if they were just Arabians, they've been on that land longer than non-Palestinian Jews have on that same land. And so using the logic of who's a native, that makes the Palestinian Arabs or Arabians, so-called Arabians, more native to the land because they've been on that land, living on that land longer than non-Palestinian Jews have. Of course, Palestinian Jews have been living continuously there, and hence their time there is even longer than non-Palestinian Jews. So considering then that Muslims have been ruling that land longer than Israelites have been ruling that land as well, which is almost 1,200 years of rule, they would have a greater claim to rule. And if they were all Arabs, all Arabian Arabs, they'd have a greater claim to that land by length of duration in that land from the best historical records that we have. But to really, and I'll finish this and I'll pass on to you on who's native. So here's the situation. This is the situation, and it's the absurd situation of nationalism. Non-Palestinian Jewish settlers, who've been away, their ancestry has been away from Palestine longer than the Angles and Saxons have been away from Germany. They were culturally Western when they came. You know, conservative reform, even liberal Judaism has been was the effect of the Western Enlightenment. Most of them were atheists and socialists and liberals, so secularists basically. They have roughly 50% of their ancestry is European, so there is as much European as they are Levantine. I'm not denying they're Levantine. They're from the Levant. They're from Canaan. I'm not denying that, but there is as much European as they are Levantine. And if I was feeling generous, and I don't know why I would feel generous, if I was happy to ignore all these glaring facts, the descendants of the tribe of Judah, from the 12 tribes of Israel, so they come from the 12 tribes. The 12 tribes of Israel aren't even native to Canaan. They're not even native there because they were invaders that are recorded in the Tanakh as having come and slaughtered and supplanted the Canaanite inhabitants. They were settler colonialists 3,000 years ago, right? And so what's their strategy now? Just do it again, right? Well, we did it before, and so we have a right to do it again, although they didn't do it like that, of course. They didn't come and massacre people, the entire population wiped out, of course. I'm not saying that, but how does that make them native? And even if we were to ignore all that, and we just start the clock from after the Israelite invasion, so let's just say we ignore what happened before 1200 BC. We'll just look at the history from when the Israelites invaded, finished their invasion. They were occupying the land and settled into that land. Non-Palestinian Jews have still spent more time outside of Palestine or Canaan than inside it. So Ashkenazim have lived most of their ancestry outside of Palestine than inside of Palestine. And yet you're arguing that they are more Levantine than they are anything else. If we were just going to go on time and duration. And even if we were to ignore all that, and just look at, again, certain selected facts from the historical record. The historical record does not show there was even a mass expulsion of Jews from Palestine by the Romans. No systematic orders to expel the Jews from Palestine was given. Yes, there were many that were captured, many were killed. That's true. Many were enslaved to Rome, but there already was an pre-existing Jewish diaspora in Rome prior to any of these revolts. And so I said hundreds of thousands. I misspoke. Recorded 50,000 Jews were living in Rome in the 2nd century BCE. That's 200 years before Jesus, right? So, and before the 70 AD or 70 CE uprising and the later Bar Kokhba revolt. Okay, so how do we know that Ashkenazim DNA, most of that doesn't derive from Ashkenazim who left voluntarily Palestine? The majority mostly probably did, and voluntarily left. So now they have a right to reinvade because they voluntarily left. That's a right that Israel certainly doesn't grant Palestinians for way less. So in essence, to reduce the Zionist argument down simply, so the Zionist argument is simply this. Some of my ancestors, but not all, were in Rome involuntarily for a bit, but have the right to return back to a land we conquered from some other people after staying away from it voluntarily for some really long period of time. Or if you want, I can simplify that even more. The Zionist argument is just basically, some of my ancestors passed through a land at some point in history and we still want it. So that's really cast a very big question mark on any claims to what is native, what is indigenous, when we have DNA to show that the Palestinians are people who continuously live there. Much of their DNA is Jewish. Most of their DNA is actually can be traced to Canaanite origins. So they're very much native. They didn't leave. And when you said that there was a reduction of Jews over time when Muslims conquered the land, I agree with you, there was. Not through expulsions, not through massacres, through conversion to Islam. Although many Jews converted to Christianity and then converted to Islam afterwards. Although not all, 10% of Palestinians are still Christian. So anyway, that's why Zionism should still be called settler colonialism, because to colonize is to transplant. And you can't colonize a land you're not already native of. Simply, you can't colonize a land that you don't already live in. And you can't say, I already live in this land, I'm going to colonize the land I already live in. No, because you already live in that land. You can't colonize something that you already live in. That's why Zionism, they call themselves, the early Zionists call themselves colonialists, because they were taking over a foreign land their grandparents, their great-grandparents, their great-great-grandparents, for up to 1,800 years has never been to. You see? Oh, sorry, part of their ancestors has never been to. Part of their ancestors had never been to at all whatsoever throughout the history. So anyway, I'll leave it like that. I think you need to justify why Ashkenazim should be called natives if only living in a land for about 1,200 years, why that makes you a native after they've been out of it longer than that, why the Palestinians aren't more native, and why the Palestinians don't have a better right to nationhood in that land according to the calculus of nationalism that you follow.
Could you just give me the studies you quoted so I can comment on them? The genetic studies.
Sure. Okay. Just give me a sec. I'll just put it up here. Okay, so the first study is called Continuity and Admixture in the Last 5 Millennia of Levantine History. If you just 2017, from ancient Canaanite and present-day Lebanese genome sequence.
Yes, I know that one. Which are the other ones you quote? So I think you quoted Lucato, but could you just give me each of the ideally the academics that are behind it? Yeah.
I'm only giving you the names of the actual studies as it's published.
So I know. So I'm reading the genomic history.
Sure.
The Bronze Age.
There's another one that's called it's called Substantial Prehistoric European Ancestry Amongst Ashkenazi Maternal Lineages.
Is that Lucato? Is that who is that? Who's the?
Well, you can view it on PubMed if you want, and it's 2013. So just type in a substantial prehistoric European ancestry amongst Ashkenazi maternal lineages.
Is that Behar?
No. There's yeah.
Let me have. Tell you what, if you just copy it into the private chat, that'll just be to the private chat. If you just copy and paste that.
No problem.
While you're copying in those, I'll respond to some of your other points, and that'll be probably the easiest way to do it. So one of the first things I would like to point out, Jews converting to Islam is a form of colonization, just as Jews abandoning Judaism for Western Enlightenment values is a form of colonization. And a decolonial move, if we were to decolonize the Jewish people, it will be a return back to our indigenous culture and religion, which is something you were stressing at the beginning of your conversation. You also bizarrely fixated upon the Ashkenazim when the majority of Israelis descend from Jews from the Middle East and North Africa, Mizrahim, Temanim, etc. So the majority of Israelis are not Ashkenazim to begin with. Moot point, but worth highlighting. Then when it comes to the Ashkenazim, what I find really fascinating is your argument is effectively the Ashkenazim were part of the Jewish popular community in ancient Israel. They lived there for centuries and centuries and centuries, and we can argue over dates, and we can argue over, like, I would calculate it at a much higher number than you would have. You calculate it's fine, but what I would say is we both agree that Ashkenazim lived in the land for descendants of the Ashkenazim, lived in the land for many, many centuries, either voluntarily or by force. They either left the land or were forced out of the land, and then they were forced to live outside of the land. There have been numerous attempts of Ashkenazim and non-Ashkenazi Jews to return to Israel in almost every generation. If you visit graveyards in Israel, you'll see them full of the grave of Jews that in different generations have made the huge and very dangerous trek from Europe to Israel. And they died there. And there have been numerous attempts of Jews to either reestablish kingdoms there or to return in large numbers to Israel. What prevented them was the imperial forces, the foreign forces that were controlling the land, be they Christian or Muslim. Now, your own study, and there are a few of them that say there's a that have found, and this obviously contested, but earlier studies have found, for instance, that Ashkenazim trace their origins back to 4 Middle Eastern women. More recent studies, like the ones you found, have said that Ashkenazim, actually the men, definitely trace their roots back to the Middle East, but they married, as you said, European women in the southern Mediterranean, like the Greece, Turkey sort of areas. But from memory, I'm not even going to my notes here. But what that says is that the Jews were from there, and the Jews are like any other people. We accept, like, you can join the British nation, you can join the Jewish nation. You go through a formal conversion process, the community accepts you, and then you are Jewish. But because you've married into this tribe that originates from the Middle East, and in the example you gave, which I'll be generous and let's just say for the sake of argument you're right, well, then still that means that the Jews are of Middle Eastern origin. And you use that same argument just before to try and refute, or to refute one of my points. I stated what the Palestinians state. I stated this family descends from this Sahaba. This family came from Kurdistan, or the Kurdish area. This family came from Turkey. This family came from Bosnia. And your response was, yes, but they married into the locals, and so it's fine. They're still indigenous. And I think there's some legitimacy to that. I think if you study any of these major families, you will find that they have mixed DNA. Like, maybe they trace their paternal lineage in most cases, patrilineal lineage, in most cases back to the Sahaba or to communities outside of Israel. But your argument was, yeah, but they married the locals, and yet you don't hold that same standard for Ashkenazim. You seem obsessed with trying to you really do focus and isolate Ashkenazi Jews. One of the things you said, which was just something I've never heard anyone say before, you said Ashkenazim don't have a monopoly on persecution, which I've heard anti-Semites saying Jews don't have a monopoly on persecution, but you seem to isolate Ashkenazim from the rest of the Jewish community, which is something that we don't do. In Israel, Jews. Sorry. If you want to speak, sorry. Yeah, I'll unmute you. Sorry.
You asked me a question about Ashkenazim. I just want to highlight that it's because early Zionist thinkers were predominantly Ashkenazim. It was their main argument. They referred to persecution and experience of Jews in Europe, and highlighted that as their main argument, their main motivational and justificational case. So because it emerged from Ashkenazim, that's why I mentioned Ashkenazim and wanted to highlight Ashkenazim very specifically, because you didn't see Zionism arise as a popular movement from the Mizrahi, the Jews living amongst the Arab world. It came from European Jews, the Ashkenazim. That's why I mentioned Ashkenazim. So please continue.
So the Mizrahim, the Temanim, for instance, is a great example. They were religious Zionists. Political Zionism, socialist Zionism, labor Zionism. These were European manifestations of the long-standing Jewish yearn to return back to and reestablish Jewish autonomy, Jewish national self-determination on the land. When the socialist Zionists were coming from Europe, religious Zionists were walking across Arabia and from Yemen and settling in Israel and Jerusalem, and just outside the old city, they established a community of proto-Zionists. There's a place called the Yemenite village. That's why it's called the Yemenite village, just because it was a village of Yemeni Jews. And so, yes, you're right. The leaders of the Zionist movement, so to speak, those that had the resources and the education and the means to really drive a national movement and influence world leaders. Yes, they were European Ashkenazi Jews, but they didn't separate themselves off from the rest of the. This is a distinction that you are making. Like when they spoke of Jews. I don't recall any of them ever using the term Ashkenazi. I mean, maybe they did, but I've read extensively, and usually they talk about Israelites, Jews, Hebrews.
May I just say a quick point, or
Yeah.
that you finish?
Yeah.
If you don't mind. Thank you. You mentioned something I don't think it should go ignored. You said, I've heard anti-Semites say this. I've heard anti-Semites say that animal vivisection should be banned. Like the Nazis believed that they outlawed animal vivisection while they were cutting up Jews, which just shows obviously that they're insane. But just because an anti-Semite, I've seen anti-Semite say that they like sugar in their tea. Does it mean that just like sugar in your tea, you're an anti-Semite? I hoped we would have the professionalism and perhaps the mutual respect not to make veiled accusations of anti-Semitism when this is a debate. For me, this is a debate with a nationalist. For me, from my perspective, you're not special. You're just not a flavor of nationalist. I engage, and I have engaged, Turkish nationalists, Kurdish nationalists, Arab nationalists of various denominations. I also just recently talked about that Uyghur nationalism wasn't the solution to what's happening against the Uyghurs in Xinjiang province. English nationalists, you name it, I've debated and refuted and engaged nationalists because I think all their arguments are equally ridiculous. In fact, it's because I want to treat you equally that I have to engage you too. And Zionist, or let's say Jewish nationalists, I have to engage you equally. So please do not pull out the gun. And trust me, you're not every nationalist would say, like I engage Hindutva, the Hindu nationalists, they say you just hate Hindus. When you're criticizing us because you just hate Hindus. Like, no, it's because of what you're doing in Kashmir. It's because of the rules and laws that you're trying to impose over Muslims in your country. So again, I got the same accusations. I bet China I haven't debated Chinese nationalists just yet, but I'm pretty sure they're going to accuse me of being anti-Chinese or anti-Han Chinese or what have you when I criticize their nationalism. So please have the mutual respect to take my words on face value, to understand that we are all against any racism. I'm actually debating with you because I'm against racism. I don't think any ethnic group has a superior right to rule a land. And if this wasn't a matter, this would be a purely academic debate if it were not for the fact that in Palestine or Israel today, there is not an equal amount of suffering by Jews and Palestinians, or let's say non-Palestinian Jews and Palestinians, right? There is a disproportionate suffering. There should be no suffering, but there is a significantly disproportionate amount of suffering encountered by the Palestinians. And it's only due to my desire to alleviate that I'm engaging with you today. Otherwise, if Israel had been established on Atlantis or some land, there was no one there and it was abundant, full of resources, great, amazing, beautiful Shangri-La place, but had no one there, and they established their state, I wouldn't really have any issue with it I've only issue with it as a nationalism, but I wouldn't have any issue with it for the effects, because it wouldn't have hurt anybody. But it's because the Zionist leaders, when they were offered repeatedly by the Arabs, and they didn't like the white paper, the 1939 white paper, they said, look, let's have a unitary biracial state, equal, under constitutional law, so that no majority can overrule it, like America has a constitution that protects minorities, of Arab Palestinians and Jews living together. The Zionist leaders, Ben Gurion and at the UN, they said, no, we don't accept this. Our aims are to have a majority state, and then we can have a democracy. If we don't have that, we don't have a democracy. And we can't allow a democracy with a significant Arab majority, because then it won't be a nation state for Jews, you see? That's the issue. They rejected the Arab League's proposal. They rejected numerous proposals by the representatives of the Arab League and Arab nations, saying, look, just have an equal biracial state. No, it must be a nation state for one ethnicity. Yeah, they don't say kick out the Arabs. but it has to be a Jewish majority, they said. That's what they said. And it was because of that the Arab League intervened, and also the expulsion of Arabs, 600,000 Arabs off their territories by direct measures of expulsion and deliberate measures of expulsion, that led to them intervening in the first place, in their own words, to prevent the chaos and prevent the tragedy happening to the Palestinians. So please refrain from using accusations of xenophobic hatred or racism. I'm actually debating you because I'm an anti-racist, because nationalism itself, including Zionism and every other nationalism on earth, is inherently racist.
Okay, you finished? Okay, that was a very long interjection. I hope you give me the courtesy of allowing me to speak. I find it absolutely absurd that you would sit there and take umbrage that I would call you a racist when I didn't. I said you used a trope which I'm used to hearing anti-Semites, and you switched the word Jew for Ashkenazim. Yeah? And you objected to that and said I was calling you a racist, and then you spent 10 minutes ranting about how nationalism is racism, and therefore I am a racist. Yeah? Think about that. You took offense because you thought I was calling you a racist, and then you turned around and called me a racist. So let's actually talk about, you know why you're against nationalism? Because you're an imperialist. The caliphate is imperialism. The caliphate is colonialism. And what breaks empires? Nations. Indigenous people collectivizing and standing up to the usurpers of their resources. You are against nationalism because it stands in the way of your caliphate, whether it is Islamic or Arab nationalism or Jewish nationalism. I wanted this to be a civil debate. I really did. I have a lot of respect for the Ummah. I have a lot of respect for Muslims. But I can't sit there as you accuse the overwhelming majority of Jews on this planet of being racists. Because we've said enough. We tried living under Islam. No, thank you. We tried living under Christendom. No, thank you. Not anymore. Too many of our brothers, our sisters, our children have died. I engage in these conversations so that I can bring peace between Israelis and Palestinians. But that's not that we will live under the boot of another Islamic caliphate or another fascist state in Europe. That is so that we can live side by side in the land as brothers and sisters. Now, if you want to take back your comments about nationalism being racism and Zionism being racism, and therefore the overwhelming majority of Jews being racist, I'm happy for you to quickly take that comment back. Otherwise, I'll continue. You went on at length to defend slavery. Okay, please.
You're purporting that I'm making such an accusation. I think the more accurate description is, considering the prevalence of nationalism in the entire world, I'd say that most of the world is nationalist, not just Jews as you're proposing to be. But many Jews are against nationalism as well, by the way. So you're not speaking for them, and they'd be very take umbrage. But I'm actually saying that most of the world today is nationalist. Most of humanity is nationalist. So maybe are you now going to say that I have the temerity to be anti-human because I'm indicting humanity? No, I'm indicting the fact that the majority of people are nationalist, and that there is a connection between nationalism and racism. I'm not saying that people are completely racist.
I'm sorry. I think the audience can make up their own mind. You're sitting there speaking to me, saying you're speaking to me as a nationalist and nationalism is racism. I think anyone watching this can draw their own conclusion. I never called you an anti-Semite. You almost explicitly called me a racist. And anyone watching this can play it back. Like, it's on record. Now, you also touched on a number of areas. You went on to defend slavery. You went on to do the things that whenever I engage with, like, I'm the first person to hold up my hand and say all forms of slavery are wrong, whether they come from the Torah, whether they come from the Quran, whether they come from secular atheist society. Slavery is wrong. The ownership of people, the autonomy over individuals is wrong and immoral in any form. Capturing people in conflict is wrong, is immoral. Marrying those convicts and those captives is wrong, is immoral. Being able to engage in so-called marital rape because you've married your slave and they don't have a say in it is immoral. I won't eat my hat, but I'd be very surprised if you turn around and say, actually, I agree with you, Joseph. Slavery in all of its forms is immoral, be it Islamic, Jewish, or other. And if you do, I'm really pleased, and that's fantastic. But it did seem like you were defending slavery.
May I ask the question? Do you think that the Torah is immoral?
I think that the Torah is an ancient book, and there are things in the Torah which I personally think are wrong. I think I can't change the Torah. The Torah is mandated. It's the law. Without Sanhedrin, we cannot do anything. But I think slavery is immoral, yeah. And slavery is in the Torah. It's an ancient system. And this was a book for ancient people where slavery was commonplace. It's not commonplace today. And anybody who wants to see slavery today is immoral.
Does the Tanakh have an expiry date in it?
So I just explained how Jewish law works. It's the Sanhedrin. So the Sanhedrin can come. So for instance, Judaism, and this is I really don't want to go down this tangent, but Judaism, the Torah mandates capital punishment for various offenses, and the sages put in place barriers that would make it difficult to carry out those punishments. And it actually goes on to say that courts that actually put people to death in a court that puts one person to death in 70 years is considered bloody, is considered immoral. So even though the law may mandate a punishment, may permit something, it does not mean that that's what society should implement. And we have courts that establish that. But that you're welcome to point at all the verses in the Torah that contradict me, but that's not my question. My question to you is not to do this whole running around, let's compare religions. I, as an Orthodox Jew who belong to a religion that has slavery, that permits slavery, I'm willing to say that slavery is immoral. Are you?
Do you think slavery can ever be immoral? So, do you think slavery can ever be moral?
That's not the question. The question to you is, don't ask me a question back. Answer the question, yes or no.
Well, I'm trying to understand your religious tradition. I have my religious tradition, but I'm trying to understand.
It's not about understanding my religious tradition. It's just I asked you the question. You defended slavery, so I'm asking you a direct question in response to you defending slavery. Is slavery immoral?
Wait, sorry. I didn't say I wasn't defending slavery. I merely posited that Islam has rules to, when encountering a situation of slavery, a means of dealing with it and trying to address the rights, which even in European law was never the abolition of it. It was not an immediate thing they did overnight. They even compensate people to when they abolished the state bought slaves from the people to release them.
It's a yes/no answer. It's a yes/no answer.
No, wait a second. Let's not get sidetracked here, right? Because the topic is Zionism, settler colonialism, and now you're asking me whether I think
I'm asking you this question because you made the accusation that I'm a racist.
No,
you made and then you defended slavery, and I was giving examples of Islamic colonialism because the subject is colonialism, settler colonialism. I'm giving examples of the community that you belong to, which has engaged in colonialism historically, of whom you've taken your name, your pseudonym. Abdullah al-Andalusi is a colonizer's name. So it's all relevant. And part of that colonialism was the expropriation, not just of resources, but of humans, of slaves. And you went on to defend that practice. And that's why we're here. So I'm asking you the direct question, is slavery immoral?
No, firstly, I didn't say you're a overt or conscious racist. I'm saying that racism is entailed by adherence to nationalism. It's a consequence. You don't go into nationalism thinking you're racist or that you want to be racist, but it happens as a necessary consequence. So I'm not accusing everyone who is a nationalist of being racist. I'm saying that, but if you hold on to that, the consequence will be racism. That's my point. Please do not misrepresent what I'm saying. As for the issue of slavery, you have to show me first how that is relevant to the discussion. I'm happy to have a debate on it. I've had lectures on slavery. I've debates where it's come up. I'm not adverse to talking about it, but purely from the desire to keep this on topic, and purely because we're talking about the plight of the Palestinians and what has affected them, that I want to keep it on topic. You can see my YouTube lectures on slavery. I don't skirt around this topic, and I'm happy to have a debate with anyone on the topic of slavery. More than happy. So
what would we be debating? What would we be debating? You would be debating that in some forms it's good.
No,
otherwise, if we both agree it's immoral, there's nothing to debate.
Well, I asked you whether slavery could ever be moral, right? And that's a question that you're skirting around, right? Because I'm suspecting that would force you to have to come in conflict with the Torah in its historical setting and come face to face with Hashem's commandments, which I'm actually now intrigued to know, but it's not part of this debate. So I want to bring it, please, around to debate.
Let's bring it back. We'll let the audience draw their own conclusions. Yeah. So I think because it's really late now. We've been for 4 hours.
Should we just have concluding remarks, perhaps?
Pardon?
Should we just have some concluding remarks, perhaps? Just some concluding remarks.
Yeah, I'm happy to. So I said that I wanted to talk to you because I want to speak to Muslims because and I'll give you the last word. It really troubles me how much our relationship has broken down. But I think any relationship that is going to last needs to be built on a foundation of honesty. And there's an honesty to what has happened to Jews as we've lived under Islam in Europe and around the world. It doesn't matter whether you were dealing with Middle Eastern Jewish Zionists or European Jewish Zionists. They were all motivated by the same two things. Jews are indigenous to Israel. Even you have accepted that. In your attempts to separate Jews from the land, you admit that even the one community you think you can somehow separate from the rest of the Jewish community, even those by your studies, go back patrilineally all the way to Israel. Even by your arguments, Jews lived in Israel for centuries and centuries and centuries. Even by and not just lived in Israel for centuries and centuries and centuries, but were autonomous. They had self-determination in Israel for centuries and centuries and centuries. So it's not worthwhile debating, was it 1,300 years, 1,200 years, 1,500 years that they're autonomous? We agree it was a long, long, long time. We also agree the Jews never left. We also agree that Jews tried to establish kingdoms before the advent of Islam there, or re-establish kingdoms. We also agree that Jews throughout the Islamic control of the land tried to return on numerous occasions, and sometimes they were allowed in and other times they were blocked. But what we both agree is this Jewish connection to the land. Now, unlike you, I have consistently said that I would support a two-state solution. I would support a Palestinian state alongside a Jewish state, and they already have an Arab state alongside the Jewish state. That's Jordan, but that's a debate for another mandatory Palestine debate. But I support that. I agree that a percentage, my wording was a notable number of Palestinians have an ancient connection to the land. And even those Johnny-come-latelys, the new guys that arrived, they're living there. They've got families there. They've got roots there now. Like, they also deserve to live on the land. So I exist in a world where I think, well, my position is that I believe that both communities have a claim to the land. I obviously think the Jewish claim is far, far stronger than the Arab claim, but I think there's a legitimate claim there still. Now, what you're seeking to do is to deny Jewish indigeneity, deny the fact that the overwhelming majority of Israelis, or certainly the majority of Israelis, are not just Ashkenazim, but they're actually Jews from the Middle East and North Africa. You're the person that's denying these people the claim to statehood, the claim to indigeneity, the claim to being the label native. And you're making the absurd claim that for the first time in history, a native people, an indigenous people, are settler colonizers. Actually, we're decolonizers. It's a process of decolonization. It's a national movement for people that are indigenous to that land. It's a national liberation movement where we're throwing off the yoke of those that have oppressed us for centuries and centuries and centuries. So for anybody to agree to what you're saying, they have to erase all the history you've just spent 4 hours sharing, the strong Jewish connection to this land. And so, inshallah, Be'ezrat Hashem, there will be peace between the Jews and the Arabs in that region. And inshallah, it will be in our lifetime. I mean, it's already happening. There is a change in the winds in the Middle East. The Gulf states are making peace. I speak to more and more Palestinians that want peace. And so my closing remark is, despite how heated this got at the end, I do think, and I do pray, I do think, despite how heated this has got, I believe I want to give you I want to be charitable in how I interpret what you said, because I think the first few hours of the conversation were very positive. I think they seem to be coming from a sincere place. I think I reacted to your statement where you said that the only reason you're engaging with me is because I'm a nationalist and nationalists are racist. I think that kind of derailed the conversation somewhat. So I think that ultimately we probably have the same intention at heart. I think we probably both want peace between Israelis and Palestinians. And I think the only way that will actually occur is if I don't undermine the Palestinians and you don't undermine the Jews. Jews, as we both agree, are indigenous to that land. Or certainly the Jews have a strong connection to the land, became a nation in that land and lived there for centuries and centuries and centuries. And so, yeah, I'll leave you the last word. Hopefully you've got something out of this conversation. I think I've got a lot. I hope the audience has got a lot from this. It was it got a little tense towards the end, but yeah, it's been interesting.
Okay. Well, firstly, I'd like to thank you for allowing me on your platform to discuss with you and engage your viewers. Perhaps when coronavirus passes over us, we can have a public debate, which is the usual setting I usually do it with an audience and what have you. None of this boring online stuff. But first, I want to say that as Muslims, our prime directive is being witnesses to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the one God, Allah, whatever Semitic language you'd like to use. And in that, Judaism is the closest religion to Islam. Out of all the religions that are out there, the monotheism, a pure monotheism of rabbinic Judaism, something that we have a great affinity with. And so, as Muslims, theologically speaking, our theological imperative is to view the Jews as partners with us in monotheism against polytheism, against those who desecrate God, against those who attribute sons to literal sons to God, and trinities and things like that, which is stuff they took from pagan religion. And I've always thought that, and I've always found Judaism and Islam, the comparisons, quite fascinating. Even the fact that in Islam we have a lot more similarities than we have any differences in the language of Arabic and Hebrew, our cousin Semitic languages. So in terms of theology, in terms of being Semitic cultures, you could say there is a lot of there is a close proximity which would warrant a partnership for the promulgation of the worship of the one God. And as I've said before to you on I think on our little private chats, that Muslims are the only ones that are compliant with the 7 laws of Noah that Gentiles are meant to be following. Right? We don't, we don't even eat meat which is carrion meat, which has blood in it when it dies. We have halal meat, by desanguination, which is similar, which is basically like kosher, except obviously you have a few more kashrut laws on that. But I'm not going to go into that so much. So what I'll say is, personally speaking, as I said, this is the first time I've actually spoken to you. So there's no reason for me to have anything personal with yourself. We disagree, but it is only because of what we're disagreeing on and the consequences of that, which is something that we have to take very seriously, which means that the Palestinians who've lived there continually since Canaanite times, as genetic studies have shown, and who are even related to, or you could say cousins of Mizrahi Jews, and not as close to Ashkenazi Jews as they are to Mizrahi Jews, as Mizrahi Jews are Jews in the Arabic world, or the Muslim world, or what have you. But they are cousins. There's a connection there because of similar ancestry. They're the ones who stayed. Palestinian Jews are the ones who stayed. And again, they're not Johnny come latelys. Again, there's multiple DNA evidence that shows their Canaanite origins. Now, when I talk about indigeneity, I wasn't denying, and I've never said I denied that any Jew in the world today, except converts, of course, has ancestry of people who lived in Canaan at some point, has some ancestry. It's undeniable. Who would deny this? Right? It's obvious. It's clear. DNA, a number of things. That's not an issue. Right? I mean, an ancestry is spread out wide. I mean, as I mentioned to you before, even I have a tiny bit of Jewish ancestry in myself, confirmed by DNA, as well as research I did on my family name, which apparently was a catch-all term for many Jews who were just who were escaping being known as Jews, and they became Catholic, and they adopted a surname which many Jews from different families did, and it was a kind of a catch-all name that many Jews did. And I discovered that particular name is one that was quite popularly used by Jews to escape persecution by the Spanish Inquisition. Quite a few people in this world have Canaanite descent who are not called Jews, right? Not just the Samaritans, who are one of the Israelites, who are the ancestors from the Israelites, but many people. And in your case, you're, as I said, if I've heard you correctly, more European than Jewish, but that doesn't stop you from labeling yourself as Jew. And of course, you believe in Judaism, then obviously you're Jewish, right? No one's going to question that. My only contention is that if you're going to use the argument of indigeneity to argue that you have a superior right to the people who've been living continuously on the land, to have a nation state on the land of Palestine or Canaan or what have you, al-Sham, over and above the other ethnic groups that live there. I'm not talking about civil laws. I'm just talking about a right to that the state reflects the Hebrew language more than any other language. It reflects values in the Torah more than any other values, and so on. This can't be defended. This is a type of supremacy. And I'm not saying racism in that everyone who's a nationalist is a racist. I'm saying that everyone who's a nationalist will inevitably lead to and entail racism as a product, because that's any discrimination between ethnicities as to who has better rights in any particular land is by default racial discrimination. And you talked about decolonialization. I actually would love to see Israel decolonialized, get rid of its secular liberal Western imported ideologies, socialism, secularism, liberalism, so go back to halakha law. I would love that. Actually, that would be very fascinating. That would be truly Semitic, right? That would be a truly Semitic thing. You argued about Jews who convert to Islam. Isn't that not colonialism? Well, they converted voluntarily. The colonialists, when they came, they imposed a system and values onto people against their will. In a way, secular type of forced conversion. That's modern day colonialism. And the resources were taken, the normal colonialism, not settler colonialism, but normal colonialism or standard colonialism, was resources were taken from these colonies taken to a central metropole. For the greatest history of Islamic history, where has been the metropole? Is it Medina, the state of the Rasulullah, son of the Prophet Muhammad? Was that the metropole, the central state upon which all resources were taken? No, it moved to Damascus, it moved to Baghdad, it moved to Cairo, it moved to Istanbul. It's like saying that the British Empire, is an empire and its metropole is in New Delhi. It's like, what? That's or Delhi, for example. It's like that doesn't look an empire to me. In fact, there was no resources being taken to any central place in a caliphate. That's what makes a caliphate different from an empire. There is no central congregation of resources to a metropole. Each region is basically semi-autonomous with its own governor, and and the resources are for the benefit of the natives. And there was great trade. We can discuss that in another discussion or debate. But my point is that if you're going to use nationalist logic to justify why one ethnic group should have a greater right to Palestine than any other, then you have a poor case. The non-Palestinian Jews, of which the Zionism movement originated from, have only lived in Palestine for about 1,270 years in their entire history that we can trace. Is that enough to make someone indigenous? Should the Turks go back to East Asia because are they indigenous to? There's an area next to Mongolia. Should all Turks go back? Is that their indigenous lands or their native lands? Well, you'd say no, because centuries have gone by. We're all natives of somewhere else, right? I was challenging the very philosophy of what it even means to be called a native in the first place. I'm challenging everyone's argument. Unless you have roots in a land that you've continuously inhabited for centuries and centuries and centuries, then you have a poor case to be called native. You mentioned how is Ashkenazim Jews intermarrying amongst Roman women or what have you, European women, German women, what have you. How's that different from some Arabians coming into Palestine and intermarrying the locals? Well, the key is in the word local. You see, if you leave Palestine, mostly voluntarily, for better economic conditions, what have you. There was no Roman expulsion order, by the way. If you leave and you intermarry locals of another locale, that's a bit different to going into Palestine and marrying the locals of Palestine. You kind of assimilate into Palestine by intermarrying the locals and so on and so forth. So they're not really there's not really a comparison. There's a whole number of things I've said, and I'm going to just I'm going to kind of like cut it short, maybe for further discussion. But I want to notice that it was mentioned, as for the Palestinians, it was mentioned in the official records of the second session of the General Assembly, dated 1947, that Palestinian population birth rate was significantly higher than Jewish birth rate. That explains the population explosion. Well, you can look at the Peel Commission and where they got their data from about some people coming in. There were some people coming into Palestine, but there were very few, a few thousand, not enough to create the population explosion that actually happened in Palestine from what happened under British rule and so on. So again, that has to be contested. The last point to mention is really, and to kind of get down to, you could say, a solution. Actually, sorry, I'll mention the solution to the problem before I mention, after I mention something else. you mentioned about the issue of, I mean, one of the things that we haven't even got round to, and I was getting ready to talk about it, was the Zionist project's necessity for the expulsion of the people who are native. If I can quote David Ben-Gurion, which said in his war diary, Yomam Hal Milhama. Interesting, Milhama is like Malhama is Arabic word for war as well. It's quite cousin languages. So in his entry dated in December 1947, so it was in December 1947, he said this. When the UN was going to partition Palestine into two separate states, he said that the territory allotted to the Jewish state, which now has 520,000 Jews, and about 320,000 non-Jews, almost all of whom are Arabs, including the Jerusalem Jews, the state would have at birth a population of about 1 million, nearly 40% of which would be non-Jews. He then said that in such a composition, there cannot even be complete certainty that the government will be held by a Jewish majority. There can be no stable and strong Jewish state so long as she has a Jewish majority of only 60%, and so long as this majority consists of only 600,000 Jews. We have been confronted with a new destiny. We have to become masters of our own fate. This requires a new approach to all questions of life. And it talks about the operation they need to do in the future. So in this and in other records of David Ben-Gurion himself and Haganah operation, as well as the Plan Dalet, which came in 1948, that detailed the destruction of Palestinian villages and the expulsion of Palestinians to be judged according to the idea of each of the commanders, but generally speaking, the idea that you just couldn't have a viable Jewish state with even with a 40% Palestinian majority, or minority really, led to the expulsion of the native inhabitants, and reinforced the fact that Zionism is settler colonialism, requires some transplant, some transfer of the people who've been living there, the indigenous population, out of the land. And this is only reinforced by the discriminatory laws that exist. Now, the laws in Israel don't mention Palestinians and Jews, but they are quite clever, the laws in allowing, for example, Jews the right to return, Palestinians not the right to return. Jews can reclaim lost property from before the war. Palestinians can't reclaim lost property from before the war. And this really brings me on to the solution, really. Right? You mentioned that, there are bomb shelters that Israeli Jews can go to when they feel scared of a Hamas rocket attack, such as it is. Most of them will get intercepted by the Iron Dome defense system, but anyway. But some do go past, and they hit houses, and it's wrong and it's bad. At least Israeli Jews have bomb shelters. And that's the sobering thought we need to think about. And I mentioned earlier on that I was glad you chose to use the word ethnic cleansing to define what the Arab states did, or what happened with the flight of Mizrahi Jews from Arab states. Jews have been living there for 1,000 years, if not more, okay, amongst Muslims. A great travesty. They shouldn't have left. I would like to see them have a right to return back to their former properties, their former places, and live amongst Muslims as before. I actually would ardently want to see that as before. I'm quite proud of the positive times in history where Muslims and Jews have fostered a great harmony together for mutual benefit. Certainly us against the Trinitarian and polytheists around of the world. But here's the thing, no Arab state ever gave an explicit nor implicit to any of its military commanders, with the exception of Egypt in 1956, about 8 years after the creation of Israel, so some time before, has gave any orders to evict Jews out of their country. Their soldiers and their commanders were not told to destroy Jewish villages or to evict them from their properties. But the same can't be said for what Israel did. And so this leaves us with a question. and a question I would very much like you to answer. If you describe the growing, let's say, the growing anti-Zionist animus in the Muslim world, which led many Jews to feel unsafe in the Muslim world, and they left the Muslim world. If you view that as an ethnic cleansing, then isn't it not more so ethnic cleansing the explicit expulsion orders given to Palestinians in Palestine during 1947 civil war and 1948?
Okay.
So
I was going to give you the last word, but I'll answer your question. No, 20% of Israelis are Arabs because they weren't expelled, whereas 0% of Arab countries are Jews, like 0.00 whatever it is. It's not ethnic cleansing. Ethnic cleansing is actually that there is nobody left in the Arab world now. There are many Arabs in Israel. There were a small number of expulsion orders, whereas in the Arab world, there are entire countries that expelled all of their Jewish citizens. Places like Algeria. No such expulsion order was given for Israeli Arabs, and that's why today 20% of Israel's population are Arabs. There's so much I want to respond to in what you said, but I'm biting my tongue. I'll answer your direct question. I just want to tell people where to go and read to actually get all the quotes and context that you brought up, but I will bite my tongue and I'll behave. And what I'd like to thank you for coming on. It did get a little bit heated, but I think that's because we both have the interests of the people in that region at heart. As you've mentioned several times, it is a very serious subject, and people that I know have lost their lives to this conflict. And I'm sure you know people that have also been victims of what's going on over there. And so, yeah.
Can I finish up with a very cheeky last question about the solution, the solution that would see peace in the region? Since we all believe in equality, at least equality between people of different ethnic groups and races, because no one race or ethnicity should have greater privilege than any other, would you then agree with me, hold my hand and agree with me, that all Palestinians and anyone claiming Canaanite descent, whether Jews, Palestinians, Levantines, whatever term you want to use, should all have the right of return and their descendants back to the state, which is Mandate Palestine, the borders of Mandate Palestine, with no borders between them, freedom of movement, equal rights, everyone, the same laws, the same rights, the West Bank Palestinians, the Gazan Palestinians, and their descendants side by side with the Jews that live there. Do you agree that that should be the rightful solution, an equal and approximate, and the return of properties as well to those who lost them in the 1947 war and 48 war?
Yeah, I was saying I could do another 4.5 hour answer on that question alone, so I'll try and keep it very, very brief. When you look at the nation, I get that. So if you look at the states that surround Israel and look at the mess that they're in, Syria in flames, Lebanon a disaster on the brink. What's happening in Lebanon is terrible. Egypt constantly in and out of civil war. Jordan, I mean, Jordan's Jordan. It's probably one of the more stable, but still, it's no picnic. And then you look at the people who live in the current borders of not all of mandatory Palestine, ignoring Jordan, but Gaza, Judea and Samaria, the West Bank, and Israel. The people there, they haven't had a democracy in 15 years. The overwhelming majority of them support executing people that sell their property to Jews. Like, to imagine that these two communities can live together in harmony is utopian. In an ideal world, yes, it would be marvelous if Jews and Arabs could just forget everything that's happened, live together. But the reality is, if the right of return was given to Palestinian Arabs in the solution that you painted, I think it would ultimately lead to further violence, civil war, persecution, and ultimately the Jews once again being an oppressed minority in a state. However, I do support the right for Palestinians to return to that land, but not in the structure that you presented. So if there was a two-state solution, whether that was within the West Bank, Gaza, Jordan, whatever that solution looked like, I would support the right of the Palestinians to return there to that land.
I'm curious, where in the Palestinian Authority legal code does it say it's illegal to sell land or buildings or property to Jews specifically?
It's all over. I'll get the exact laws. You just Google it. It's punishable by jail under the Palestinian Authority. It's punishable by jail under the.
It only says to Israelis. It doesn't mention Jews. It says Israeli citizens because.
No, if you sell it to an American Jew, you go to jail. The majority of properties that are bought by American holding companies, not the majority, I made that up, but a number of the properties that are bought by American holding companies.
If you just look at it, it says anyone who sells, it doesn't mention American Jews or Jews outside of Israel. It mentions to hostile nations, to people, citizens of hostile nations, you're not allowed to sell the property to. And also just mention that Fatah's Revolutionary Council, of which Mahmoud Abbas is obviously a member of is Fatah, of course. They have Jews on there. They have Ilan Halevi and Uri Davis are ethnic Jews who are on the Palestinian. Well, one of them's passed away, but they were on the Palestinian Revolutionary Council. There's been no.
Just so I'm clear, are you arguing that Palestinians don't get jailed for selling property to Jews? Like overseas Jews, American Jews. Are you arguing that?
Well, I'm saying no. I'm clearly saying that there's no law.
So why are they in jail?
That prosecutes because Israeli citizens. It says
not Israeli citizens, American Jews.
The law that they use does not talk about what they do say. Here they say any person, be he Jewish, Christian, or Buddhist, will have the right to apply for Palestinian citizenship. Our basic law prohibits discrimination based on race or ethnicity. So this is member of the PLO's executive committee. So they don't make that discrimination. But however, they don't sell to Israeli citizens because whatever happens is whenever an Israeli citizen gets property in the West Bank, it becomes permanent and it's irrevocable, can't be, and basically gets used to be expanded into more and more Israeli territory.
Guess what, Abdullah? In Israel, Jews can sell their houses to Arabs, and that's fine. In the West Bank, it's not the same.
Well, technically, the State of Israel and the Israeli Land Authority own 95% of the land.
But that's like the state in the UK,
and they don't let you own it, right? They only let you lease it because Israel knows what happens from its own history of what happened when you let people come in and buy large tracts of it. So these are, you could say, policies born of its experience of settler colonialism, which is what we were talking about today, where they started out buying large tracts of land unabated and then not selling that land to Palestinians once they had already possessed it, and then evicting the Palestinian tenants of the land who were like farmers. Once they became the new landlords, they evicted them and put in Jewish settlers and Jewish farmers. So people lost their jobs due to their race being the wrong race, and that was the early phase of Zionism. And I know we've gone over time.
I've got one question for you. And then we'll go.
Sure.
Would you support, or do you support the existence of Israel? Like I said, I support a potential Palestinian state. Do you support the existence of a state that exists today of Israel in its current format as the Jewish state?
Well, you're kind of trying to use a shibboleth against me, which is obviously a Tanakh
no, you
word.
just asked me the same question.
No. It was, look, very simply. I don't want to see any nationalist state. I want to, if you're going to be fair,
Palestinian state. You don't want to see a Palestinian state.
It must be no nation state. It must be a state for all races, all ethnicities. Arguably, the Islamic solution is superior, which is you have religious law for each community, have its own law, according to its own law courts. Jews have Jewish law courts, Christians have Christian law courts, Muslims have Muslim law courts.
You don't support Israel as a Jewish state. You don't support Israel as a Jewish state, and you don't support Palestine as a Palestinian state. Well, look,
you can just go to any of my lectures where I've said quite clearly that I don't support any nation state at all. Nationalism is only going to lead to ethnic tensions and violence. And I think you implicitly implied that you were against a equality for both Palestinians, non-Jewish Palestinians and Jews, because you implied that, in essence, Palestinians just couldn't be trusted. They were, like, in a way, from a barbaric region that there's no democracy, right? Most Jews in Palestine, you're right, most Jews in Palestine descend from Mizrahi Jews who came from Arabic lands which didn't know secular democracy, right? And they seem to fit in just well. So that excuse doesn't really hold water, because Israel's had a history of assimilating people from Arabic lands. But the conversation is now being further prolonged on the discussion. But I think I just wanted to put forward that you're implying that Palestinians are in essence are barbaric and can't be trusted.
No, I'm just pointing out that the Middle East is in flames and it's utopian. It's a fantasy to believe that.
What's it got to do with the Palestinians?
And then I brought it back to the Palestinians who haven't had an election in 15 years, who believe it's illegal to support it being illegal to sell property to a Jew, and believe in some of the fiercest punishments, something like 65% of them support the death sentence.
There is no
selling your house, and you think that suddenly these people are going to coexist?
I said there's no penal code in the Palestinian Authority that prohibits sales to Jews.
Anyone is welcome to look up the internet, and Abdullah's doing a great job defending what is a pretty barbaric. Many Palestinians have been murdered for selling their houses, and you're defending that effectively. You're acting as an apologist for barbarism.
No, I'm denying that's the case, right? I'm against.
So you're saying that Palestinians aren't killed for selling their houses to Jews? Just for the record, you're saying that doesn't happen?
Well, the Palestinian Authority has never executed anyone from selling their property to Israelis. They've never executed, from what I've encountered, they've never formally executed anyone.
Is that Israeli Arabs, by the way, or just the Israeli Jews?
Israelis.
Because Israeli Arabs buy property all over the West Bank. If you'd actually visited there, you'd know that.
The law states citizens of hostile nations.
But they are citizens.
Sorry?
The Arabs of Israel purchase property all over the West Bank.
Well, of course, I mean, in practice, there is discrimination on both. There is a fear that anyone who can claim citizenship in Israel would basically be able to buy land in the West Bank and take the property away from the West Bank Palestinians. That's their reason why they have that law. But the law is against selling to Israeli citizens. Okay? How they apply that is based on their experience of what happens when they allow Israeli citizens to buy land in Palestinian land from history. Is that it gets taken away and never gets given back or even sold back to them. That's why they have that law. It doesn't mention Jews. That's my contention. I'm not a defendant of the PLA. I'm not a defendant of the PLO before that. I'm certainly not defendant. But I think, just to finish off, and because I know you mentioned something about Hamas, and Hamas is also in Gaza. It's not just the PLA. There's also the Hamas government. You've mentioned obviously that you described them as terrorists, right? And I'm just kind of curious to know if you're going to describe them, as terrorists. What kind of the statements that they've made, are they justifiable? Are they justifiable or not? Do you think they're justifiable or not? The statements that Hamas have made in stating their position. So I wanted to ask you a question, which is, if Hamas made such a statement, do you think it's justifiable, or do you think it's terrorism? So I quote, considering their circumstance, right? There is a need now for a strong and brutal reaction. We need to be accurate about timing and place in those we hit. If we accuse a family, we need to harm them without mercy, women and children included. Otherwise, this is not an effective reaction. During the operation, there is no need to distinguish between guilty and not guilty. Do you think that's a justifiable sentiment in the conflict, or do you think it's it's a justification of terrorism?
I have no idea of the context of what you've read. I'd have to read the passage in full, and I'd imagine, I'd have to read it in full.
But would you say it is justifiable, that statement, that sentiment, or as in fighting a conflict, or do you think that would be a justification of terrorism? Or
can you read it again?
Yeah. There is a need now for strong and brutal reaction. We need to be accurate about timing and place and those we hit. if we accuse a family, we need to harm them without mercy, women and children included. Otherwise, this is not an effective reaction. During the operation, there is a military operation, there is no need to distinguish between guilty and not guilty. Do you think that's a statement?
Who said it?
That's justifiable? I'm just asking first.
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure it's not a Hamas quote. That's why I asked you to read it again.
I'm saying if Hamas said that, would it be?
And again, as I said, I need context.
Justified, or do you think it would be terrorist? I mean, does that sound justifiable to you?
Terrorism is the targeting, instilling terror, fear into usually civilians who you target. So Hamas are considered a terrorist organization because they indiscriminately try to murder civilians. That's why they're a terrorist organization, not because of something they've said, because of their actions.
Sure. So not distinguishing between guilty and non-guilty, killing family members, women and children, that is terrorism and should be condemned, right?
I'd say in almost every instance I can imagine that's not a positive statement, but I don't know the context of the statement he brought me. I'm pretty sure it's a Zionist that said, which is why you're saying it, which is why I'm asking who said it. And
I didn't say Hamas said it. I said if Hamas said it, would you say it was terrorist? Well, I can tell you who it is. Ben Gurion, in his diary, 1st of January 1948. He said this after a engagement in Khisas against a Arab village, massacring a lot of the people there, including women and children. He even said that these actions were quite successful in instilling terror in the minds and hearts of the Arab population of Palestine, getting them into flight. And he even said that some of these actions can't be done officially by the Haganah, by the defense force. But he said, I quote, "We need to involve the Mossad in such actions." So this is basically where, and I know this could be the beginning of a whole new debate, but basically I was wanting to go through what happened to those Arabs, because as I said, if you judge the Mizrahi Jews leaving the Muslim lands as an ethnic cleansing, even though the states, nor their police, nor their generals ordered any Jews to leave, with for the exception, of course, we had Egypt, 1956. And in many cases, they tried to stop Jews from even leaving, like Morocco and many other countries. They just said, don't go, don't leave. They still left. Many Mizrahi Jews were actually the Mizrahi Jews were actually Zionists. They said, "Oh, this is actually we're being offered opportunities in another land." Many of them, a good proportion, actually wanted to go, not due to persecution per se, but if you call that ethnic cleansing, which is such a hallmark of settler colonialism, then why not, by greater applicability, the statements, the operations by the Haganah, the Lehi, and the Irgun on many places, actually expelling Arabs. I actually have tons of quotes of village after village after village of actual explicit expulsions given, ordered by the commanders, and which I'm sure you've read and studied and know a little bit about.
Just hope they're better than the last quote you bought. Let me just provide some clarity, because I just wanted to quickly check. It took me 2 minutes on Google to get to this, by the way.
Sure.
So the quote is this the correct quote? Brutal methods to remove huge numbers of Palestinians from the land that would soon be the new Jewish state. Consider what Ben Gurion wrote in his diary at the time, where there is a need now for strong and brutal reaction. We need to be accurate about timing, place, and those we hit. If we accuse a family, we need to harm them without mercy, women and children included. Otherwise, this is not an effective reaction. There is no need to distinguish between guilty and not guilty. Is that the statement that Ben Gurion said?
Yeah, he was citing Yigal Allon, commander of the Palmach. Let me see.
Yeah, he was quoting someone else to begin with, and then what was actually so here's the full quote from his diary. There's no question whether reaction is necessary or not. The only question is when and where. Blowing up a house is not enough, especially if it's not the right one. There is a need for a brutal and firm response. We need precision in time, place, and casualties. If we definitely know the culpable family, hit without mercy, including the women and children of this family who might be there. And that is a statement I disagree with, but this is Yigal Allon, it's not me. Otherwise, the reaction will not be effective in the actual place of action. There is no need to distinguish between guilty and innocent. Where there was no attack, i.e. the family is innocent, we must not touch. And Ben-Gurion emphasized that we must not touch where there is no, where the family is innocent. And so just the reason I said that is I think you always have to read these statements in their entirety. We're talking about people in the midst of a war, which is largely a civilian war, fought between civilian populations, the civilian militias, with the exception of the Arab Liberation Army and the Arab armies that then moved in and then invaded. But we're effectively talking about a war situation between civilian populations, and Ben-Gurion is explicitly and adding emphasis saying not to harm innocent families. The statement I disagree with was what Yigal Allon said, which is where you, what do you call it, where women and children are legitimate, and I think at times that is true. Most times I would hope it isn't true.
He disagreed with the targeting of families which are known to be innocent, yes. But to families which are not, their women and children are fair game. Then Ben-Gurion didn't disagree. This is the commander of the Palmach, by the way. Yigal Allon is not some random guy. Yeah,
I know who Yigal Allon is.
Yeah, all right, yeah. So the commandos, right, by the way, for those who don't know, the Palmach. So, and that's just the tip of the iceberg. That's just like, starters to get the appetizers for the type of horrific justifications for expulsions. There were villages which had peace treaties with local Jews, with the Haganah even. They were still evicted. They were still kicked out of their land. They were still assaulted, many of them, brutalized. Sometimes the Stern Gang, Irgun, did a lot of it. Were allowed.
That's one thing, and I really do need to wrap it up. It's like 12:30. It took me 2 minutes to find that quote in full. I would really encourage you, for all of the quotes and all of the evidence you have, to Google them and also check out what Ephraim Kosh and other historians like him say on those same subjects, because usually, or not usually, often they're reported in their half context, like Ilan Papay.
But the import, the quote I used, that doesn't change at all. It's exactly reading the whole quote, all of it, the before and after of it. It really illustrates the main point that families.
As a Muslim, you have to know that that's important. As a Muslim, because people constantly, and it frustrates me when they do it to Islam. So it must really frustrate you when they take an ayah out of context.
Only if it changes the meaning. The meaning is still the same. Doesn't change. The fact that if any family is accused, the women and children should be killed as well, right?
But you would agree with that. You would agree with that.
Agree with that. Why would I agree with that?
Okay, Nazi Germany, or any horrific regime where some prominent way to save the lives of others, like many, many more people, you risk. Not you risk. You know that certain civilians will be. I hate the term collateral damage. Most people agree that in those extreme instances,
it's not talking about collateral damage. It's talking about punishing. And there's other quotes that talk about destroying any village which is even could be near a violent action or suspected of violent action, or one individual from that village might be a criminal, and massive retaliation, disproportionate retaliation against the village, blowing up the houses, not even waiting to see who's in it or not. Sure, there was difference of opinion between the Irgun and the Haganah, and mostly the Haganah were adopted the policy that Ben-Gurion stated, which is not to kill families which are known to be innocent. Yeah, of course. The Irgun didn't really care so much. And again, Haganah never opposed the Irgun, only until much, much later in the war when the Irgun had done their job. And were
the Irgun and Haganah were opposed each other quite vociferously. If you follow the conflict, you know that the Irgun were 3,000 people, the Haganah were 30,000 people. The Haganah were the military backbone of the Jewish people in the land of Israel. Then
didn't say otherwise, but I'm merely saying that the Irgun were basically convenient and useful, so much so that Ben-Gurion, when talking about the Chisas operation, which was an operation against the village and involved killing of civilians, he actually approved of it, even though he publicly disavowed what happened. And then in the records of the meetings, he actually approved of it and wondered about using the Mossad to conduct such activities more clandestinely. but not have the Haganah being used openly to conduct such terror operations.
So
anyway, I know.
Yeah, we're going to do it every time we go back and forth. So
I mean,
I would encourage all the audience.
More into. I really want to discuss more about how the Palestinians were expelled violently, forcefully, the terror operations that were used against them. The word terror used was actually, I'm only going to cite Haganah military communiques, reports, intelligence reports, because I know that any Palestinian eyewitness account would not be believed by yourself, presumably. So I was going to go through it to just better show the audience that part of settler colonialism, or usually settler colonialism, usually precipitates a transfer of the population, sometimes by carrot, often by stick. And it was a very big stick that was used to beat the Palestinians, such that 50%, Palestine was depopulated of 50% of its Palestinian population, unwillingly so. And I want to go into maybe a different debate for another day.
Well, we can organise a debate on ethnic cleansing and who ethnically cleansed to. I'm happy to schedule that. I'm not happy it's not a happy subject, but would be more than willing to host that conversation. If your audience will let you, because I know you get a lot of flack for normalization with Zionists. Yeah.
Normalization.
Here, so I know that doesn't bother you.
I'm debating. I don't care who I debate. Anyway, look. All I'll say is, again, I'll thank you again for allowing me on your platform. We've actually had a mammoth. I'm going to wait 30 seconds to make it exactly 5 hours on the dot. But
where can people find you?
So you can just type in Abdullah al-Andalusi.com if you like, or just type in Abdullah Andalusi, go to my Facebook or YouTube or my Twitter account. I'm doing a course on Palestine advocacy, which is much more depth and detail, and going into history and all these different things. And yeah, I mean, as I said, some of the stuff I could bring here, but there's a great tranche of more material that we can always discuss. And I look forward to maybe discussing that with you more in future, Joseph, and zooming into these different issues. But I do appreciate you giving me this, obviously your platform to debate these things. And I will thank the audience for your patience in this marathon debate. But at the same time, as I said, while this is something I'm always up for cordial debate, this is a very serious subject that involves the suffering of millions, and we need to approach that with due seriousness, with the aim of seeing an end to injustice. So, thank you very much, and I wish you a good night.
Likewise, and to the audience, thanks for tuning in for 5 hours. I don't think my wife listens to me for that long, so I appreciate you all tuning in, and hopefully you've taken something from today's conversation.
Does she ever? You might say.
I think I woke her up before, so I'm in trouble. All right. Laila Tov, good night. And if you want to support us, you can support us on Patreon or by purchasing our merch. Let's get that in focus. And following us on all of our social media below. All right. Have a great night, guys. Bye.